economics, and he wrote recently a book and published a book titled "Reforming Multilateralism in in the post-COVID times." So it seems to me a book dedicated to the well connected to the session of the conference, the session of the conference. Professor Guerrieri has been member of the Italian Parliament, has been a senator in the previous legislature, and has a lot of experience on both sides, the political side and the academic side. So let me say that he's more an academic than politicians, but the two experiences that are complementary. And so let me ask to him to start thanking for his contribution to the seminar and to the session. Please, Paolo, if you want to start, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Luigi, and thank you very much for this kind invitation to the conference and to this session. I am a all participant to the Villa Mondragone conference. I've been the privilege, the honor to participate to many editions of the conference. I'm not sure all the 32, but many of them. And so I'm very pleased to introduce this morning session of the Villa Mondragone conference. The title of the session is "The Future of Economic Policy in a Multilateral World." And I think the aims is to underline the fundamental challenge that will arise in the post-COVID scenario, both at the global economy level and at the level of economic policy to be implemented by major countries, and first of all by Europe. So as an introduction to the many interesting panel that will characterize this morning session, I'd like to make some few remarks. First of all, on the international economic system. As well known, the world economy has profoundly changed over the past decade due to many factors: the decline of the multilateral order, the great power rivalry between the US and China, the deterioration of global economic integration. And to a certain extent, the COVID pandemic crisis has strengthened and accelerated this trend. But I think that the globalization is not, in fact, retreating. It is changing forms. And the reason for globalization to remain, I think, is due to the fact that the country are strongly interconnected economically. And with the digital economy, this interconnection is going to remain and even to increase. And even the global supply chain, there are many forecasts some times ago about a radical reconfiguration of this global supply chain in terms of reshoring and so on. Certainly, they are going to reorganize, are going to regroup for increased resilience, and probably the trade-off between the risk and efficiency is going to change with a more emphasis on the risk side. But the global supply chain will not weaken, and they will remain, I think, a pillar of future economic interdependence. But at the same time, we have recognized that the COVID crisis has made clear the extreme vulnerability of the world to a range of global threats. from pandemic to climate change to digital world. And we know that all these threats are global and can only be addressed and solved by international cooperative action. The problem is that cooperation among major countries has become more and more difficult to be implemented in this phase. And as we've seen, during the global response of the COVID crisis, global economic governance has never been so needed, but it has never been so difficult. So I think that the risk in the post-COVID scenario is to have an increasing interdependence on one hand, but a lower global governance on the other hand. So particularly so because in the global system that is taking shape in this post-COVID world, the international economic relations are going to be increasingly shaped by great power rivalry. And the geopolitical and strategic factors are going to play a greater role than rules and institutions. And the international stage is dominated, even under the Biden presidency, by the US-China conflict. And the risk of this strategic confrontation to degenerate will remain very high. And I think, this conflict and the risk of the degeneration remain today in a future perspective the most serious threat to a stable evolution of the world economy. And the big question today is how to avoid the degeneration of this confrontation and how to relaunch a multilateral cooperation and initiative. But one should be aware that in this context, of great power rivalry, there is no many chance to go back to the very high big package and international economic order of the past, like Bretton Woods. I don't believe we could have a Bretton Woods 2 or 3. In order to provide effective public goods in the area like health, like climate change, like cybersecurity, the multipolar world today requires more pragmatism and flexibility of alliances. So we need to promote, more traditional international agreement, to reform international institutions, and to construct, this kind of plurilateral clubs and group of countries that should be based on principle rather than political affinities. And they can open, make open the global economy in terms of a more sustainable and less vulnerable to external shock. And in this regard, the relation between Europe and the Asia-Pacific country that will be addressed in one panel this morning, in two panels this morning, could play a role, a role of great relevance. Now, let me say that, this future of the international economic system will have a great influence on the recovery that is underway today at the world level. We know that, a strong rebound is taking place, even if the pandemic is not yet under control, thanks to vaccination. And this rebound is much stronger than expected. But in a medium-term perspective, this rebound will not be sufficient for a spontaneous return of a major economy on a higher growth path compared to the previous decade. I think the key for the higher growth path is to increase productivity in the next years. But higher growth and productivity of major area will not be easy. It should not be taken for granted. Even more so, I think, because it should be remembered that growth in the advanced area was very weak over the past decade. And many factors determining this low growth and productivity in the past decade are still there. not to mention, the structural change that will derive from the economic consequences of the pandemic crisis. And this structural change must be taken into account if we want to foster higher growth. All governments in US, in Europe, have declared they want to pursue, a new sustainable and inclusive growth path. And no doubt, this is a very important goal and should lead to significant change in economic policy compared to what has been done, so far. And I think, what we need first is a new different mix of monetary and fiscal policy. It is going to be discussed, this morning in some panel. What this different policy mix means. I think that first of all means that monetary policy, of course, will have to remain a commodity, but will no longer be able to have alone the burden of sustaining growth. Monetary policy, did place this role over the last decade with modest result. And I think we did reach some limits that are difficult to cross at this age. So in this perspective, a different mix means that a stimulating role must be reserved for fiscal policy, and particularly for investment, public investment. And the role of investment is particularly important because, as well known, they can act simultaneously on demand and supply side. And I think that the great challenge of the post-COVID era, if we want to increase growth and productivity, is a mix of policy that should have two major goals. On the one hand, to stimulate weak aggregate demand. We can call, Keynesian policy from this point of view. But on the other hand, we should be able to foster the supply side in terms of a Schumpeterian vision of economic growth as a creative future, force of destruction. So demand and supply are going to be very important. And from this point of view, climate change and the ongoing technological change both push to reallocate resources towards new product, new sector, also to satisfy new private and public demands, like tangible and intangible infrastructure, like health, education. So I think that this mix of policy, this mix of investment and reforms should be the two pillars of this new economic policy of major countries. And in this regard, to promote public and private investment in some sector and area is crucial, because they could become, this new engine of productivity and growth. So I think it's important to know what to do, of course, but it's also very important to know how, to do, how to implement this new policy mix, because this is a fundamental challenge for all major countries, US, of course, but particularly for Europe. And here, the conference is in some way dedicated to this kind of future role and future policy in Europe. I think that is important to remark that unlike what was done by the European country in the crisis of 2008-2009, in terms of the fact that in that period we had a very too late and too little policy intervention, this time during the pandemic crisis, we had very important intervention in terms of highly expansionary fiscal and monetary policy at a European level. And even the highly in debt country like like Italy, have been able to pursue this kind of expansionary policy thanks to the suspension of the rules of the Growth Stability Pact and the role of the European Central Bank. And from this point of view, even the recovery, the rebound in Europe is going to be stronger this year than expected, albeit is going to be lower than American recovery. But let me say that the rebound is important, but the crucial point and the crucial key appointment is in 2-3 years perspective, because the key problem for Europe is how to foster a post-COVID phase of higher sustainable and inclusive growth and productivity. We have to avoid the anemic growth of the past decade, and even more so the strong divergences between member countries over the last decade. And of course, the opportunity to move in this direction will be offered by the program of Next Generation EU. That is a program, as we know, of investment and reforms. And there is no doubt that this next generation represent a huge step forward made by the EU, a really historical, turning point, which could really change the landscape of the European economy. Not so much for the quantity of resources, because the quantity of resources, as we know, is not so much 750 billion, but in 5-7 years. What is crucial is the goal of this program. The fact that this is a proposal of investment and reform for a new European growth strategy with these two main directions, the Green Deal and the digital transformation. And of course, this growth strategy, new growth strategy, will involve important change in terms of economic policy compared to what has been done so far. But of course, remains to be seen whether European countries will be able to implement them, particularly the reforms, because even in the past decade, we wanted to invest and reform, but it did not happen. But let me add that in the world economy that I was referring to at the beginning of this presentation, the world economy that is taking shape in the post-COVID world, that is going to be dominated by this confrontation between large trading blocs, first of all, US and China. I think that in this scenario, Europe, in addition to relaunching sustainable growth at domestic level, will have a fundamental second challenge to address: to implement an autonomous and independent presence at international level. In other words, the reinforcement of a multilateral framework, a framework that can promote economic integration and cooperation between countries, as well as a framework in order to provide public global goods in terms of, relating to pandemics, climate change, and so on. This framework, this multilateral framework, is vital to European interest. And it follows that, in response to this profound shift that is taking place in the international economic system, the European Union should strengthen its presence in the world. This is a crucial point, because, it means to develop what is called an open strategic autonomy. What does this mean, an open strategic autonomy? It means to give the EU a bigger international role. And of course, could mean many things, but I want to, underline just three major, challenge. The first of all, challenge is to have a broader, more effective EU trade policy and foreign investment strategy. to maintain relation with the US and China, and for maintaining, international openness and cooperation. We have a very sophisticated network of bilateral relation with Asia, Latin America, Africa. I think we have to relaunch and to sustain much stronger this sophisticated bilateral relation that is not in contradiction with a multilateral goal. It's quite complementary, as it has happened in the past. This is the first goal, to develop this broader and more effective EU foreign trade and investment policy. I think the second goal is very much related to the next generation EU. We have to make the internal market, that is the richest market, the European internal market, as the strategic asset of relaunching economic growth. In the past, we have not so much exploited, this opportunity. I think in the future, we have to make, this internal market, the domestic demand, a much important source for economic growth. And this is very important, in the new context of world economy. And third, I think if we want to have an open strategic autonomy, if we want to have a stronger presence in the world, it's very clear that we have to reduce the widening technological gap with the US and China regarding the technology of the fourth industrial revolution. It's very clear that for a large country like Europe, the credibility of a much more assertive foreign economic policy is not sustainable in a medium-long run without a strong competitive technological economy that can support it. So let me conclude, saying that this economic transformation that are going to characterize the post-COVID world will reinforce for Europe the important link between the frontline role that you must play on world stage and the frontline role that, is very important in order to relaunch sustainable growth and convergence at domestic level. In other words, if we want to respond positively to the anxiety and the fears of our citizens, I think it's necessary to adopt this dual strategy of political and economic intervention that operates simultaneously on the two levels, the international and the domestic. And we have not done so in the past decade because, the policy of Europe has been very much oriented to the domestic level. That could not be and could not happen in the past, in the new decade. We should be, able to maintain this linkage between the two, because the success at domestic level is going to be very much related to a success, of developing this stronger presence at international level. Of course, there is no certainty about the final outcome because there are, numerous unknowns and obstacles. And I think that, the major problem is not so much an economic problem, because Europe has the capability to become a very important world player at economic level. Is a political, kind of front that we should address, because the fragmentation and the lack of, adequate instrument to have a common decision-making, process, this has been weakening the European position in the past and could weaken the position of Europe in the future. So I think this political front is going to be crucial in the next decade. This should be reinforced by reinforcing political integration in Europe. Of course, this means that the internal division and the lack of mutual trust among member states should be addressed, because in the past has been not very much a kind of asset. But let me say in conclusion that the issue at the stakes this time in this post-COVID world as very, very important, as so important that one should say that Europe should and will succeed. So let me stop here, Luigi, for this kind of very introductory remark. And I'm looking for, the very interesting panel that are going to characterize this morning session. Thank you.
Say that exactly what you said before is my way of thinking. Europe has a capability to become an international player, not only a capability, but has to become an international player, because in a world, in a multilateral world in which there is a propension to make commercial policies that are at the basis of the competitiveness of different countries, different areas, Europe has to adopt some kind of guidelines in its commercial policy, in its investment policy around the world. So I think that we have a lot of opportunities for Europe, but also for the other countries to cooperate with Europe. And the session dedicated to the Asian, Southeast Asian countries is an example of this. I've been at the presentation some years ago of the Asian Agreement, and I had been very impressed by the willingness of these countries to become an integrated area of trade. And in few years, they become an integrated area of trade. And it's very important to us to take into account the possibility of cooperate with this area, but also with Africa and also with the Mediterranean countries. So this is one of the topics of our conference, and I thank you very much, Paolo, for the presentation that opened the door of a lot of questions that will be discussed in the following section. Thanks again.
Thank you, Luigi. Thank you.
So now we have to wait just a few minutes. Sense of this kid. Pamela, is Francesca Batti there?
Here.
Okay.
Can you see me? Luigi?
Okay.
Okay. Can I start?
Francesca Batti, as I said, is as Professor Turin at the University of Turin and ADB consultant. Thank you for being with us, Francesco, and take the floor.
Thank you, Luigi. Welcome to panelists and participants, and congratulations to Pramila for organizing this panel with efficiency, effectiveness, and accuracy. And I would also like to thank for the invitation Professor Luigi Paganetto, and I do so with some emotion in seeing Luigi again after so many years, remembering the good old days, actually the good young days when we met at the University of Rome at the very beginning of your brilliant academic career and just before I joined the World Bank. As an introduction, I can state that our panel is quite unique. First, it's the only panel that deals with EU trade policy, an essential component to make EU stronger. And this is, as you know, is the mantra of the conference. As for trade policy, I underline the word policy because our panel is not about economic theory, but rather policies in the context of the EU-ASEAN trade relations. I know that Professor Paganetto, actually Luigi, I was able to overhear you when you were speaking with the Minister of Education the other day. I know that you have great expectations about this session that should come up with a number of policy recommendations that you are going to present to the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the conclusion of the conference. The second reason for the special character of this event is its timeliness. It comes at a turning point in the relationship between the two regions because of the conjunction of four elements: the elevation of this relationship to strategic partnership, the commitment to accelerate the process towards the negotiation on FTA, and on the EU side, the new strategic trade policy, and the ASEAN side, the creation of the mega-regional or gargantuan RCEP. Another unique feature.
Recording in progress. Geopolitical and COVID-19 shocks, sources.
Another unique feature of our panel is the geographic diversity of its speakers. I believe that this is the only panel in which the majority of its panelists resides outside Europe. That is in the very region, ASEAN, at the center of our focus today. The issues at stake are very timely, but equally complex. But we are extremely fortunate because our speakers are very well qualified, first-class experts who know both the issues and the region, and have been involved in the EU-ASEAN relations for several years. Before I give the floor to Pramila, let me remind you what the rules of the game are. Each of you is allotted up to 8 minutes for your presentation, and I'll be rather strict about the timing to give enough space to the second part of the session with interactions with participants and among panelists. I look forward to your presentations and the discussion. Pramila, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Francesco, and I would like to start with the opening remarks by the Asian, on behalf of the Asian Development Bank, if you allow me. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. As the organizer of this session, I am pleased to welcome you to this panel discussion on trade relations between the European Union and the associations of Southeast Asian nations in the context of the Next Generation EU instrument and recent regional developments on behalf of the ADB. Building on almost 5 decades of cooperation, the EU and ASEAN have recently taken decisive steps to elevate relations to a strategic partnership. From a trade and economic perspective, which is the focus of our discussion today, revived negotiations on EU-ASEAN region-to-region free trade agreements are of critical interest. In fact, quoting the press release of the 23rd ASEAN-EU ministerial meeting, an ASEAN-EU free trade agreement would send a strong signal of both regions' commitments to bring tangible benefits through economic integration and trade liberalization. The launching of such a strategic partnership came only 2 weeks after the ASEAN members, together with 5 ASEAN dialogue partners, Australia, the People's Republic of China, Japan, New Zealand, and the Republic of Korea, signed the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, commonly recognized as RCEP, expected to form the world's largest free trade agreement in terms of GDP and population. While RCEP is the result of 8 years of intense negotiations, the strategic partnership between the EU and ASEAN is seen as a logical step in the evolution of long-standing relations between natural partners. In fact, the EU and ASEAN have long been discussing a potential region-to-region trade agreement that has yet to materialize, while bilateral trade deals with Singapore and Vietnam have already entered into force, and other bilateral trade agreements are under consideration with the majority of ASEAN members. Both RCEP and the prospective EU-ASEAN FTA reflect progressive resurgence of multilateralism and present common objectives, such as enhancing prosperity, security, resilience, and connectivity. For all this renewed momentum for economic cooperation, we should also acknowledge the uncertainties surrounding the unfolding trade agenda. So we should continue to evaluate policy commitments against effective progress made in that direction. And in short, these broad policy commitments are raising issues that need to be clarified, questioned, and needs to be answered. And this is also the objective of the panel today. So let me warmly thank the organizers of the Villa Mondragone International Economic Seminar for offering ADB a renowned platform to discuss such critical issues and questions. To help us shed light on political factors to consider focusing on economic realities. As already mentioned by Francesco, we are pleased to welcome high-level government officials, international experts, and practitioners whose deep knowledge of trade policy, negotiations, and application of trade agreements is invaluable. So we hope you enjoy this session, and we wish you a fruitful discussion. Now, let me share my screen so that I can make a brief introduction of those critical questions that I'm mentioning in this statement. Share the screen. Sorry, here. Share. I hope you can see it. Yeah, right. So I would like just to go through an overview of EU-ASEAN trade relations, but I will be quick because I think also the previous presenter covered already most of the elements, and also in the welcome statement. And I'm sure the panelists will have also much more than me to say about all this history and relations. So it has been mentioned that to recover from the pandemic, the EU has launched a stimulus package with the Next Generation EU, which is only part of a broader stimulus package of around 2 trillion euros. And it has also been mentioned that this has been done in a specific context where we have a new paradigm of trade policy, which is the open strategic economy, where the idea is to balance openness and protections, and to have sustainable and responsible considerations in mind while remaining open to trade. So the question here is also about the possible spillovers effect of such stimulus packages, because all governments around the world have reacted or had to react quickly to the pandemic. And we can also ask the question whether such a stimulus package can also benefit not only EU, obviously, because we are in a globalized world, but how this will also benefit somehow through spillover effects, what we call the natural partners of EU, and there you will find the ASEAN and Southeast Asian countries. As you can see in this figure, ASEAN is the EU's third largest trading partners, and EU is the ASEAN's region's third largest trading partners, both behind PRC and US. But this is not only an issue of trading goods, but also they exchange trading services, and there is also relations with respect to investments, since EU is investing also massively in the South Asia region. And so we can also see that in 2020, trade has been affected, but we expect ADB has also expected a strong rebound of economic activity in 2021. So this partnership has lasted for over 50 years, and with similar goals of trade integration, yet different instruments to achieve it. Because EU is an achieved customs union, it is an economic community, while the ASEAN FTA is an FTA aspiring to become an economic community by 2025. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, and EU has created supranational institutions, while the ASEAN has is based on international intergovernmental cooperation. So region-to-region has been FTA has been on the agenda for years, yet till now bilateral FTAs have matured. It has been mentioned also these partnerships, so we may ask the question how the strategic partnership will provide new impetus to this trade relations, with the ultimate goal of establishing.
Not your
yes.
screen anymore.
You cannot see my screen?
No.
Sorry. Sorry, I'll try again. Now? Yes? Okay. Sorry for that. So yeah. We continue, so we can ask the question, so how is going to provide new impetus to trade relations? And so this is the question we will discuss in the panel. Meanwhile, in the region, it has been mentioned, we have seen the new developments with the creation or the signature of RCEP last year. It is not in force yet, but it will be after the ratification by at least 6 ASEAN members and 3 non-ASEAN member countries. RCEP, the agreement, is not as comprehensive as the CPTPP or EU trade agreements. We can question the depth of the commitments, but we also need to keep in mind that it's expected to further develop through its building agenda over years. And you can see that ratification process has started, so we don't know the exact date of entry into force, but we can see that at least we are making progress towards ratification. So will RCEP change the trade landscape? And here you can see what some people would refer to as the spaghetti ball of FTAs in the Asian region, here in the ASEAN region. So in this table you can just see the RCEP economies, so ASEAN and the 5 dialogue partners: Australia, PRC, Japan, New Zealand, and the Republic of Korea, and EU. And it gives you an indication of the complexity of the nexus of all these trade agreements that are actually in place. As you can see, for EU, ASEAN is not with ASEAN, but it's specifically with Singapore and Vietnam. And you can see, like, most recently here, I have put a star because we don't know the date of entry into force, but we know that Cambodia has agreed also with China recently to have a trade agreement. And so you can see all this complexity. And the question is how RCEP will affect all these agreements, because we need to keep in mind that those agreements will also continue to be in place. Okay, they won't be just eliminated. So the critical issues for discussion during this panel are mostly are divided into, let's say, 2 parts. The first part is what I discussed so far, mostly about the trade policy architectural considerations, considering the open strategic autonomy or the open regionalism concept that was applied in Asia for many years, that has been applied in Asia for many years. We hope to learn about more about the content and expectation of the strategic partnership, the benefits of having bilateral FTAs maybe instead of plurilateral, how you could be interested in joining plurilateral agreements. And also an important point that I have not mentioned so far is how LDCs, these developed countries, are going to be affected. And that's where we will hear the voice of the representative from Cambodia. as the erosion of trade preferences hurts strongly those countries. Then we'll have the implementation part with the vision of private sector and businesses. Since they are the ultimate users of trade agreements, it's very important to know how they perceive these, political international developments, policy development. Will this really affect their work? The companies, will they use RCEP or not? And finally, we'll talk about technical assistance and maybe the role of international stakeholders like ADB, and I will come back to that at the end of this panel discussion. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Pramila, for your very brilliant overview and comprehensive summary of the issues at stake. And if I can reformulate the trade policy issues on the left-hand side of the last slide, I would say, what are the real prospects and, more importantly, the policy requirements for a timely, comprehensive ASEAN-EU FTA with a substantial added value compared to the existing agreements? And I propose this as the leitmotif of the panel. Now, the next speaker is Mr. Peter Bers from DigiTrade. I understand you, Mr. Bers, are the head of a unit dealing with ASEAN and other Asian countries. And we are very fortunate to have you today with us because we are sure that we are going to fully exploit your experience as a skilled negotiator with a number of ASEAN countries. I imagine from your CV, Singapore, Vietnam, and Indonesia among others. Mr. Bers, the floor is yours. I understand you are going to speak about the EU-ASEAN trade relations and the open strategic autonomy in the context of RCEP. Mr. Bers, I cannot see you.
Oh.
Okay, now yes. Good morning.
Okay, I have to say something so you can see me. Interesting.
Yes, exactly. Like that.
No, well, thank you very much for having me and for the kind words of introduction. And it's a very timely topic we discuss here today. And I want to give you a bit of an insight of where we are coming from in this topic from Brussels. I want to focus on the trade investment relations in Southeast Asia. The title I was giving is quite challenging because it combines three elements: the EU-ASEAN dimension, the RCEP dimension, and the open strategic autonomy. Let's see how I can combine and to say a couple of words on each of those. I myself, just for your background, have been involved right from the beginning in the EU-ASEAN trade negotiations back in 2006, when we realized that putting all eggs into the WTO basket did not give us the expected results in terms of the Doha Development Agenda and making progress in worldwide trade liberalization. So we also opened the channels to go bilateral, and we identified three key regions in Asia: India, Korea, and ASEAN as our top priorities in terms of engaging with bilateral, biregional trade agreements. So we launched these negotiations, but after 2 years, we found out that despite the preparatory work, the level of ambition between the EU and ASEAN was not at the level we want to see in terms of outcome, in terms of content of a future region-to-region agreement, and we switched to a bilateral track. As we see a bilateral FTAs as building blocks towards the ultimate goal of a region-to-region agreement. The mandate is still there. In the meantime, we have indeed negotiated and ratified trade agreements with Singapore and Vietnam. We have also negotiated investment protection agreements with both countries. They still require the ratification of each individual EU member state because they cover areas for which also member states are competent. So that will take always a couple of years. And but we are hopeful that in the near future, although these investment protection agreements with these two countries enter into force, we then have launched negotiations also with Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and Malaysia at the bilateral level. Indonesia is ongoing. For various reasons, we are at the moment not pursuing negotiations with the Philippines, Thailand, and Malaysia, but we are in constant contact with these countries as well. The economic case, coming back to the region-to-region agreement, is of course there. We have a high growth region, which is gradually getting more and more integrated. We realize that to create jobs and growth, we need more trade, and we realize that this trade is mainly with countries in the Indo-Pacific region, apart from the United States, of course. So we do not want to lose sight of engaging with the region. We have updated our relationship to a strategic partnership. That means apart from China, Japan, and Korea, we have now the fourth strategic partner in the Indo-Pacific region with ASEAN. This strategic partnership is not only about trade, it's about everything, mainly led by our colleagues from the External Action Service of the European Union. Please bear in mind, we at the moment have no bi-regional agreement of any sort in force with the ASEANs. We are about to conclude an agreement on air transport, but we also have a bi-regional trade agreement still on the agenda. A joint working group was established that continues its work, but we are not there yet. We are not there yet to resume these suspended negotiations because we don't see yet a set of ambitions at a sufficiently high level between us. That is partially also the result of the developments in ASEAN. On one hand, of course, EU's high ambitions in such trade agreements, but also ASEAN's internal development. We're looking forward to more completion of the ASEAN Economic Community. We're looking forward to the bilateral deals that perhaps stimulate also other ASEAN member states to come to be more forthcoming in terms of ambitions. We have to, of course, realize that half of ASEAN member states already benefit from preferential access to the EU market, be it, as I mentioned, Vietnam and Singapore through the FTAs, be it Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar through their preferential access through unilateral preferences we give them as least developed countries. Now, the question always is posed, do we need to adjust our policy in the Indo-Pacific? Do we have to adjust our trade policy in light of recent developments in Washington, in Beijing, in the WTO, through COVID, through new priorities, green, digital, etc. So our trade policy review from February this year defines our priorities for the next couple of years, apart from focusing a lot on multilateral rules in the WTO, especially focusing also on green and digital transitions. We also developed the concept of open strategic autonomy. And part of this is looking at how can we make supply chains more resilient? How can we also diversify our trade relations with third countries? And there comes our trade FTA policy in play again. A parallel development is our Indo-Pacific strategy. The European Council has adopted conclusions back in April. There's also a strong emphasis of the importance of enhanced trade relations with the Indo-Pacific region. Reflection is built in there as well. Doesn't always have to be a comprehensive free trade agreement. Can we also not look at more targeted approaches, sectoral approaches, especially how to support the green and digital transitions? Of course, and now the last word on RCEP, we are not negotiating here in a vacuum. We look at the developments in Asia as well. What do the Americans do? What do the Chinese do? What does India do? We're looking at the CPTPP. We're looking at RCEP, whether it creates opportunities, challenges. What is the impact on our relations with the region? So it's all quite a moving target, but the broad contours are quite clear. We want to deepen our engagement with the Southeast Asian region, and we think there we have a good prospect to do so in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burts, for your incisive comments on the issues at stake. And I compliment you also for your timeliness. I have a lot of comments and questions on your excellent presentation, but I would like to postpone them to the question and answer session. Now we'll give the floor to Mr. Tai, who is another experienced negotiator in our group. I understand that more recently, Mr. Tai, you have been involved in negotiation of RCEP, CPTPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and also, of course, you have been involved in negotiation of the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement. The title of your presentation is Vietnam's Perspective on the EU-ASEAN Strategic Partnership. Mr. Tai, I cannot see you on the screen.
Thank you very much, Professor Francesco Abate. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So a very good morning from Hanoi, and it's so good to see colleagues and friends on the screen. So thank you for providing me with the opportunity to be here, speaking for a few minutes on the Vietnamese perspective on EU-ASEAN strategic partnership. So I think our journey has been long. Sometimes it was a widening journey as well. So 25 years ago, we started our journey of integration, first by the negotiation for the WTO session. And with that, Europe was one of the first to engage with us. And it was a coincidence that the person who was in charge of the Vietnamese desk and who was in charge of bringing Vietnam to this WTO was Mr. Paranti, who's now, I think, the European representative to EU. And through that, now as you can see, we are now a member of some of the important regional agreements, including the CPTPP and, of course, the FTA with the EU. And we are also part of the ASEAN when last year we concluded the RCEP agreement. And also we are the country coordinator for the FTA with the EU. So with that, let me provide very briefly our experience. So as I mentioned, when we started all this 25 years ago, Vietnam has GDP per capita of $324 US. So nobody would imagine one day we would be part of the major regional architecture, for example, the CPTPP or the FTA with the EU. But we was able to engage with our partners. And as I mentioned, EU has always been there in the first place, and doing two things. One is, of course, identifying a strategic approach that we can take together. And secondly, to extend the helping hand whenever we are in need. because, as I mentioned, Vietnam started from a very low starting base when we engage in the process. So with that, now, throughout the process, we have been together through the WTO session and through the FTA. Of course, there are many challenging issues that I think we have to address in the time to come. Of course, there are many differences that we still have to deal with, but overall, I see that along the way, it has been a fruitful exercise where I can think that both sides can enjoy the benefits from the process. Of course, from the Vietnamese side, most people see that we would benefit more because sure, we are a smaller economy when you engage together with a much bigger economy. So the gains in percentage point may be higher from our side. But along the way, we can see it's as the win-win process, in particular towards the recent period, because at the beginning, of course, our economy was much smaller. And I agree with the earlier presentation by ADB that Vietnam, like other ASEAN countries, have very complementary economy when it comes to cooperation with the EU. The two sides basically have a lot of room for cooperation, but from the presentation by Mr. Peter Berg, you can see that also there's a big gaps, in particular in terms of expectations. When it comes to engagement between a developed partner, big partner, major partner like the EU, normally with a very high expectations. And then you look at ASEAN, all the FTAs we have concluded actually with the countries in the region. We have never concluded an FTA with a country or a bloc that is far away. So you can understand that the gaps in terms of expectations are considerable. So how then can we design the architecture coming forward? From the experience that we had, I can see that the only way is to engage, and of course sometimes in most cases it's very difficult to change basically the expectations from either side. But if we engage and if we have the determination to move forward on the basis of what we have seen as the complementary economies, basically I see that we need each other, both in terms of trade, investments, and overall strategic relationship. So if we can design a roadmap that we can go together, and I believe that eventually we may bridge the gaps that we are now having, even though they are quite big. Of course, that would take many years in order to do so. And the approach that we are taking now is that we combine the regional and the bilateral approach. And I think that's a good approach that we are taking. So I don't want to go very long because everyone knows where we are. from particular after listening to the very excellent presentation. But I just want to end with an exchange I still remember vividly with Mr. Parenti from the Commission back when he first visited Hanoi. At that time, we did have the same issues between Vietnam and the EU, like the one that we are now having between ASEAN and the EU. Meaning the big gaps in terms of expectations. So at that time, I asked Mr. Parenti that, yes, you came to Vietnam, and in Italy, you have the Ferrari, and you go to Hanoi, you can see that here we are still going by bicycles. So we see things very differently. So if you look out from a Ferrari and we look up from the bicycle, things are very different. So Mr. Parenti said, no, actually the European expectation was not like a Ferrari. Of course, the European expectations should be something like a Volkswagen. So you go by the road by the Volkswagen, but that cannot be changed. But what they can do, what the European can look at, is that take some time, design some steps, combine that together, so the countries, the partners may move up. So, but Vietnam needs to move up. We need to start with the Volkswagen in mind, not the bicycle in mind. But over time, we will try to find ways to reconcile that. So that's exactly what we have done. So after 25 years, from GDP per capita of 324, now you can see that GDP per capita in Vietnam is now close to 3,000. We are not yet Volkswagen, but the economy is in much better shape. And we even now have one automobile company, the VinFast. We are trying to build our own car. Of course, taking the engine from Bosch, a German company. But that's the way that I hope that we in ASEAN and the EU can work together. We are not going to significantly lower our expectations, our standards in terms of our engagement, but provide enough room and along the way assistance for many of the lower developed ASEAN members to move along, and with the steadfast beliefs that our fundamentals are complementary. So I think that's all we have from the experience from Vietnam. So once again, thank you for having me, and back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. I appreciated a lot your thought-provoking, realistic presentation. Let me add a personal note. I know quite well your country, which occupies a special location in my heart and in my personal experience, because I was in Vietnam as an advisor from UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade Development, in the early 90s. And then I came back as a consultant to evaluate several phases of MOTRAP over the years. And I witnessed the marvelous miracle of your country in terms of economic and social progress. And actually you moved from the bicycles of the 80s and the 90s to the motorcycles, to the cars, and even some Ferraris which are floating in Hanoi. Thank you again. Now, let me ask Mr. Sim to take the floor. And I would like first of all to stress the importance of your presence, Mr. Sim, because you not only share with some of the other speakers your experience of negotiating in RCEP, and as was mentioned before, even with China, but also we would like to exploit your experience in dealing with LDC's issues in negotiations. Your talk is going to be the LDC's perspective on the evolution of the EU-ASEAN trade relations in the new regional context of RCEP. Mr. Sim. Mr. Sim, I cannot see you. I think you had to start speaking and then we can see you by video.
Okay, you hear me, Professor?
Hi, yes.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Professor, and good morning and also good afternoon from Cambodia. And I'm really appreciate this opportunity that having me here, and I nice to meet old friend and colleague, especially Mr. Peter Bus and DG Thai. Long time haven't met each other. And also allow me to respond briefly on the ASEAN LDC as my topic, how the role that linked to the region-to-region FTA as well as erosion. So a little bit hard to say, but I try to make it point out some. For the three LDC, EU ranked our third to fourth biggest trading partner. We cannot deny this is very important to us. And account about 11 to 12, only except Laos, a little bit smaller, about 4%. The three key export, the three country export is dominant by textile, footwear, and agriculture product. For Cambodia, a little bit better because we have another bicycle, and this is a very important. And also thanks to the EU EBA scheme, the rule origin is very friendly. And Peter also asked me last time. I say that the EBA rule is the best, I can say. There are also foresee that some dynamic trade relation around the region. It also could be weakening some export and possible losing some term of export earning, or can be say market share for the LDC to access to the EU market as well. This is what some study already showing that as well. And the LDC status for current access under the EBA is very crucial factor and to its export performance. I can say it's very important. Without this EBA scheme, the three LDC in ASEAN is very hard to grow for this one. And Peter Bus here a lot from Cambodian. It's not only me from trade, the foreign affairs, everybody also recognize the importance of the EBA. Let me go in more a little bit. Peter already mentioned about the ASEAN EU that we suspend. We have continue from 2019 and successfully have the 2 FTA in the region. So it's nice to see that moving. And I hope that this is so the building block that we can continue to region. Among that, Peter already mentioned it engaged 6 out of 10 already. So it left only 4 countries there. Among the 4 is 3 LDC, and one of them is less than 500,000 people. So it seems that it's hard to have a bilateral with these 3 LDC and the very small country there. So this means it seems that LDC may at the crossroad. That's very hard for us. So the LDC, the ASEAN LDC should engage with the EU as in group to take the initiative to enter any policy trade dialogue to ensure and can be said beyond the EBA if possible to find the way to scope this one. This one is not for the present, but it also may contribute to the FTA between the region to region as well. As EU think tank already mentioned some, I believe that all of you know well that some literature, especially in the EU Parliament, also show that, and Peter also mentioned about the the ambition, but most of think tank mentioned that there are some what we call convergent view between the EU and ASEAN, but they say that it give importance the region, it engage progress should be continued. This is very important point. And I heard the chair of the European Parliament for ASEAN delegation, Mr. Daniel Crispa, from the Germany, he mentioned very clear on the ultimate goal to establish the region-to-region FTA, and as well as some of the trade commissioner also mentioned that. So for this one, for me, I can say that ASEAN LDC should run to catch up with other neighboring as well as other country and region, and maybe can buy some the digital idea to mention about his good example on bicycle and Ferrari. So in order to exchange for market access to EU and also investment back from EU as well. So for this regard, I see that the ASEAN LDC need to optimize the benefit of the EU fund trade project as well as to prepare ahead for the region-to-region FTA. We must prepare ahead. So this one, even though we know that we are going to lose the EBA, it may negative impact to us that we are even now. And at the same time, we have to accept the new element. Peter mentioned this is some ambition, including new element there as well. But so it need to, so I can say we need to sacrifice for the future. Otherwise, we cannot moving forward. So this is very important. As long as the EU able to provide us some additional flexibility that they already do also in RCEP. RCEP also have flexibility for some developing country, but additional for LDC. So if you see that RCEP have two levels for flexibility there for that one. I may touch a little bit on the erosion on the some there. We cannot deny the EBA benefit. This is very important. Because of EBA, I can say that provide us the LDC a significant competitive advantage compared with the other developed or developing countries that are competitor with us in the EU market. If don't have that, for sure cannot compete, even cannot touch the EU market. So this is the first point. And the three product is very important is textile, footwear, and agriculture. And some example like the textile, the apparel is very high. The tariff line can say high in EU and some other developed country is 12 to 25%. So this is very hard if without EBA. The rule origin, as I mentioned, EU only use the one-step conversion. So this is very friendly. Some FTA that we are enter in, even two-step, also make us very challenging. So this is the reality in the present time. As I mentioned, it could be possible weaken our competitive export if the EBA if the EU held the FTA with other countries similar export to LDC, such as the textile, footwear, agriculture. This is the dominant of the three country export. And if we look it back, these three countries import from the EU. It means that EU export to these 3 or 4 countries is very small, about 2 to 4% between that. So it seems is not so good enough. And at the same time, for the study by WTO also show when the EU, when the LDC graduate, we may lose our market as well. It can be up to 4%, depend on that. Now, what is important? We need RCEP, we need also ASEAN EU FTA. What RCEP can provide us? RCEP, all of us believe that RCEP can help. It is very crucial for the pandemic recovery and also regional transformation. So why Cambodian even during this pandemic, we are already in the parliament. Maybe by the end of this month or early next month, we're able to fulfill our ratification. So we can announce to the world that Cambodian already complete our
Mr.
Nice.
Tim, have you concluded your speech? Because we cannot hear you anymore.
I think he lost the connection, probably.
Probably.
Yes, Professor, he lost the connection.
Okay, well, I think it was at the end of the speech and he can come back later on. Then we move on with Chris Humphrey. We all expect a good representation of the private sector. Mr. Humphrey, are you with us?
I am indeed. Thank you very much for having me here today.
Okay, I'm glad to see you.
Thank you. I do have
and I'm sure that we are going to benefit from your rich experience as representative of the private sector. And this is a kind of unique, again, a unique experience in our little group, but very, very essential to go back to reality. Okay, then you have the floor. I understand you are going to speak about the perspective from the EU private sector, naturally. Go ahead.
Indeed. Thank you, Francesco. Thank you very much indeed for the organisers for inviting me here today. Yes, I will be talking about the views from the European private sector. The EU ASEAN Business Council, for those that don't know, is the only business representative body covering all of the Southeast Asian region for European businesses. We are accredited as an ASEAN entity under Annex 2 of the ASEAN Charter as well. So yes, briefly I will touch on what we see as the prospects for ASEAN from a European business point of view, what we see about RCEP and what it mean indeed for a read across to a potential EU-ASEAN region-to-region FTA, and then where we stand presently on EU-ASEAN relations, which actually in my view is a lot more positive today than it was 12 months ago. Very briefly, ASEAN, why ASEAN? Well, some of your speakers already have touched upon this. It is a great growth region. Pre-COVID, the GDP growth rates were the envy of the world. I think post-COVID, the pandemic recovery from Southeast Asia will be very swift as well. It does have the world's third largest labour force. It is growing enormously in terms of its middle class, in terms of urbanization. It's very tech savvy. And from a European business point of view, you know, you're looking for growth regions. This is one of the places that you want to come to. And the whole region itself, by the way, is very fast moving on digital economy, which is playing into the hands, I think, of a lot of European interests, and a great deal of interest indeed around things like climate change. Again, that plays into the interests of Europe. Every year we do a business sentiment survey on the region. The results on your screen here are the ones from last year. I can tell you the preliminary data from the ones from this year, which we've just got in, is showing very similar trends. Essentially, European businesses like ASEAN, they do see it as the region of best economic opportunity. They do plan to expand their operations in Southeast Asia, but that sentiment is on the wane and has been on the wane now for a few years. And part of that is driven by continued disappointment, I think, at the lack of progress on economic integration in Southeast Asia. Mr. Tai will know there's some various discussions through various ASEAN fora that we both attend, but we do have a feeling that ASEAN has plateaued a bit in its own economic integration. The easy stuff's been done. The harder stuff, of course, is always more difficult, and there is some hold-ups in that side at the moment, in that area. But overall, the message is pretty positive. We like ASEAN, we want to do more business with ASEAN, and we'd like to see things speeded up in terms of trade deals between Europe and ASEAN as well. When it comes to economic integration, and I heard Peter mention very clearly that the Commission would like to see more progress on this as a precondition perhaps for restarting a region-to-region trade deal. There has been a lot of progress. Let's be fair to Southeast Asia. You're operating as an intergovernmental grouping as opposed to a supranational body, and that makes life a lot harder rather. You have to operate by consensus. Now, great progress has been done in areas like tariffs. There's been a lot of progress, in fact, over the last year with Vietnam was chairing ASEAN in some areas like self-certification and the ASEAN single window for customs. But there are major concerns that remain. The ones on your screen here aren't just from European business. They're from ASEAN businesses, from American businesses, Australian businesses. Non-tariff barriers remain a huge problem in the region. Despite repeated commitments that they will remove them, there has been very little action indeed on removing NTBs. More progress is needed on harmonizing standards. A lot of support actually coming from the European Commission on harmonizing standards in the region, in particular sectors. And there is some progress, but it is slow. Customs procedures are often cited by European businesses as a major problem. They tend still to be very bureaucratic, very slow, and not entirely transparent in how they're executed. And then finally, the ASEAN Trading Goods Agreement, which is really the one that underpins a lot of ASEAN's economic integration. It's under review at the moment. It does need modernizing. It needs bringing up to date for things like e-commerce and digital economy, improved IP protection issues. But there are elements of that agreement, even though it's 10 years old, which still are not implemented today, and they do need to be implemented going forward. On RCEP, yes, on the face of it, RCEP is a great deal. It covers 30% of the world population, 30% of global GDP as well. Big ticks for it. It brings together China, Japan, and South Korea for the first time in a trade deal. I think a lot of kudos should be given to ASEAN for pushing this one over the line. It took a long time to do it. One of the more important aspects, I think, as far as the EU is concerned, is this was a deal where ASEAN did operate as one. They went to the negotiating tables with an agreed position from the ASEAN side. It may have been difficult at times to get that position amongst themselves, but they did turn up for discussions with an agreed position. And that in the past has been a concern of the Commission when it came to negotiating a region-to-region deal. But it shows that it can be done. Big things for it: standardization around rules of origin, documentation issues, some of the provisions on data flows, etc. It doesn't do a lot on the environmental protection, on government subsidies, labour rights, and they would be concerns, I think, for Europe going forward when it comes to a region-to-region deal, just simply because of the politics in Europe and the issues that DG Trade have to work under going forward. RCEP is not as deep and is not as comprehensive as CPTPP, but that doesn't mean it should be ignored. There was the discussion earlier about the noodle bowl effect or the spaghetti bowl effect of trade deals in Southeast Asia. Yes, there are a lot of trade deals in Southeast Asia. They do overlap. None of them replace any of the others. So RCEP itself is just another strand in that noodle bowl. Some people describe it as a sheet of lasagna over the top, but it really is just stitching together existing deals. And in many respects, RCEP is not as good as some of the existing deals. The phase-in periods for some of the tariff reductions, for instance, are much longer. But it did show again, I think, one thing about it: the different phase-in approach for tariffs, reductions, and other elements within RCEP is a way that could be looked at in the future for getting around some of the issues that Europe may face in doing a region-to-region deal with Southeast Asia. But if you're exporting at the moment from Singapore to China, you have the choice of a Singapore-China FTA, you have the choice of the ASEAN-China FTA, and now you've got the choice of RCEP as well as which one you want to use. And that doesn't make life very easy for businesses in the region. So a quick thinking about what Europe's up to, and I know Peter's is far more of an expert than I am on this, but we do have a position where the only truly active negotiations at the moment are with Indonesia. I think DG Trade need a lot of kudos given to them for keeping those negotiations going through COVID-19. It's not easy negotiating over video calls, but they've managed to keep them ticking along. We hope there can be more progress on that, because that window will close rapidly as we head towards the second half and the later part of the Jokowi administration. Getting Thailand underway again would be fantastic. Consistently, European business puts Thailand at the top of the list for a future bilateral FTA discussion. I know the Thais are very, very keen on it. I do know there are question marks around ambition levels as well with Thailand, but I think if Thailand do sign up for CPTPP, as they seem to be heading towards, I think some of those ambition concerns should disappear. On the trade and investment side, Pramila mentioned this earlier, Europe used to be the #1 source of FDI, and it used to be the #2 trading partner of ASEAN. It has slipped in recent years from 2019. I believe it slipped again last year as well. And these things matter. In a region such as Southeast Asia, where you sit on that ranking ladder does matter. And we need collectively, both government and industry, to try and push us back up that ladder going forward. The bigger you are, the more attention you get. I think Europe has an awful lot to offer Southeast Asia as well. Where are we going next? Well, the strategic partnership came in 1st of December last year. That was extremely welcome. I know it was not easy getting there. There's a lot of cajoling going on, particularly from Singapore as the coordinator at this end with some of their nearer neighbours trying to resolve some issues there. There is a lot of scope for further engagement, and key areas in that are around sustainable development. And that's big support from European industry. Energy transition, where we are ourselves doing a lot of work, and is a priority indeed for ASEAN for this year. Sustainable finance and connectivity issues as well. On an EU-ASEAN FTA, and Peter mentioned there are some discussions going on behind the scenes for a working group. My personal view is probably not before I retire, because I think there are just too many issues. The ambition gap, which Peter mentioned earlier, I think actually if anything has widened, it has not narrowed. And that is not because ASEAN retreating from where they are, it's because of the way things are developed within Europe. And I think, you know, adding in things like environmental protection, labour rights, etc., just makes it even more difficult to push that region-to-region FTA over the line. That said, the EU, big supporter of ASEAN, a lot of money coming into the region from the EU in terms of aid and development support, and a lot of other positives as well. I'll skip past this one in the interest of time. There are concerns and irritants. They're well known. I think some of them actually are a lot less of a concern than they were before. Palm oil being dealt with through a separate working group discussion, and of course Malaysia and Indonesia taking it to WTO. Hopefully that removes it as part of an irritant, allowing other things to continue. You heard Mr. Sim just talk about EBA issues in Cambodia. The problems in Myanmar are now well documented. And are a concern going forward. And how do you negotiate at a region-to-region level with Myanmar at the table as well? But the positives by far outweigh those concerns and irritants. Progress is being made on bilateral trade agreements. The Singapore-Vietnam ones are excellent. I do think those agreements will start putting pressure on other ASEAN member states to do a lot more in terms of bilateral trades work with the EU. The stuff on energy and sustainability issues I've just mentioned are great. The comprehensive air transport agreement, when it is signed, hopefully in November of this year, will be the first block-to-block agreement for an air transport agreement and between the EU and ASEAN. And I think marks a real step forward. We are seeing a lot more activity coming out from Brussels to the region, and that is very much welcomed. Josep Borrell's recent visit was great. The new Indo-Pacific strategy does put ASEAN front and center for Europe in terms of its bigger picture stuff, even though it wasn't actually mentioned in the EU's trade policy review. But we all know that it is important from a trade policy point of view, because as Pramila mentioned earlier, they're natural bedfellows in many respects going forward. And there's a lot of support from Europe for ASEAN, and ASEAN and Europe share similar views when it comes to a global rules-based trading order. So I think all those positives there do outweigh the negatives and the concerns and the irritants. One thing we would say is, given that a region-to-region FTA is not going to be simple or easy in the short or medium term, perhaps taking other steps forward, baby steps forward, maybe looking at something like an investment protection agreement, may be a good way. That will show that to ASEAN that the EU is serious. It will show to European business that there is support there from the Commission as well. And I think it would also be a way of just testing how serious ASEAN is with Europe about developing that trade relationship further. And I think that is all from me.
Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate your stimulating presentation, which has raised a lot of questions in my mind, but we're going to go back to them in the second part of our panel. And now I am very pleased to greet with pleasure the last but not the least speaker, a good and old friend of mine, if I can say, despite the fact that we belong to different generations. Claudio, are you with us? I cannot see you.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but okay, now I can see you as well.
Okay, can you see also I'm sharing one slide only?
Yeah, very good. Just to say, just to present you, because your talk is about a practitioner perspective, and you are not just a practitioner. You know, will be a diminishing way to present you. Each of us is unique in this panel. And why are you unique? Because you are, I would say, the only one who in his professional career has combined the theoretical aspects, being a very fine scholar and professor of international trade law, and the practical aspects of having lived in the field for many, many years, namely in Vietnam, as a chief of very important technical assistance program of the EU, MUTRAP, for several years, and now I understand you are associated with a similar program by the USAID. Claudio, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Can you hear my presentation?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, very good.
Yes, good.
First of all, let me greet Francesco and also Tai, who is also a good friend and a colleague. We know each other for many years now, and all the other participants. You know, I've been working and supporting and trying to help the integration of Vietnam since 2005, since Vietnam was still during the negotiation of for the accession to the WTO. And in these slides, you might show, you know, in my presentation, I will address what are the experiences and lessons learned that might be drawn from Vietnam experience in being involved in a multiple FTA track, bilateral, regional, mega regional agreements. But what I would like to highlight is that the trade policy of Vietnam, that's one you can see here. In practice, Vietnam, I think, before the unfortunate withdrawal of the United States from the TPP, I think that Vietnam is the only country in the world having a free trade agreement with all the major powerful partners, with the United States, with the European Union, with Russia, Japan, China, and also Australia and New Zealand. So this is an important point that should be taken into consideration. And this made Vietnam an ideal hub for attracting international investment, foreign direct investment. Investing in Vietnam means having the possibility for the producer to export goods worldwide at very good conditions, benefiting from preferential terms. And this is, I think, one of the most important consequences of this important presence. However, there is another point that is helping Vietnam in progressing towards its development. We know very well the risk of developing countries that they might fall in the middle income trap. So the middle income trap are those countries promoting, I'm sorry to repeat it, focusing their development on low labor costs and not being able to move to upward, upgrade its chain of production to more capital intensive. Well, Vietnam, thanks to the free trade agreement, and even thanks to complicated rules of origin, might be able to upgrade, to leverage the free trade agreement to upgrade its position in the value chain of several sectors, from low value added, labor intensive stages of production to higher value added and more capital intensive one. The example is textiles. Vietnam traditionally manufacture final garments, importing fabrics. But the last stage of production is labor intensive and producing low value added. After the conclusion of several trade agreements, and thanks also, I might say, to the trade war between China and the United States, in Vietnam, we are experiencing many companies investing and trying to produce not only, to focus not only on the last stage of production, the low value added one, but also on producing fabrics, for example. This is a very important point. And of course, and the second point, the free trade agreement put Vietnam in competition with companies worldwide from one side. And on the other side, raise the awareness of Vietnamese business people that export is not the only, exporting goods is not the only objective. It's also important what kind of goods we are going to export and what is the quality of goods to be exported. So thanks also to the contribution of the Free Trade Agreement, Vietnam is looking for a national policy on branding, a national policy to export products which might be well recognized by the consumers in the third countries, because they have to compete hardly with the domestic consumer, with the consumers in the third country. And this is, I think, that the impact on trade and investment of this important policy. However, the negotiations of free trade agreements brought about important impact in Vietnam and with regard to domestic reforms. And I mentioned in particular Vietnam, there are two different kinds of agreements, clearly. We have the agreement concluded with the European Union, the free trade agreement with the European Union, and CPTPP, originally participated by the United States and now with the other 11 states, which includes in their topics, in their list of topics, important sectors which really promoted important reforms internally in Vietnam. And one example is the reform, the reform which have been carried out in the country, especially in the last 3 years, following the inclusion of the chapters on sustainable development in the CPTPP and in the European Union Vietnam Free Trade Agreement. Indeed, recently, at the beginning of this year, the new labor law entered into force in Vietnam, promoting more and protection for workers. At the same time, following the European Union Vietnam Free Trade Agreement, Vietnam in practice ratified and implemented all the relevant international labor organization convention, including the convention regarding the freedom of association and the right of collective bargaining, which is a massive move for a country where normally we have only one institution, one agency which can be allowed to decide for the entire country this type of issues. These are important developments. Another important development is that one promoted by the chapters on state-owned enterprises. The chapter of state-owned enterprises raised the awareness in Vietnam about the need of, for example, separating the property of state-owned enterprises from the management of state-owned enterprises. And in this way, even if, of course, this present situation is not yet satisfactory, there is the idea in the policymaker that this might be an important reform that it should be carried out in the next few years, including the chapter on subsidy. Again, the chapter on subsidy, and which is really connected to the chapter on state-owned enterprises. So the benefit from free trade agreements cannot be limited only to trade. They cannot be limited only to the upgrade of the country to the global value chain, but also they are important for promoting domestic reforms. Domestic reform also refer to other issues like the business environment. For example, promoting and improving and streamlining all the procedure for importing and exporting goods, which are mandated by all these agreements, besides the agreement on trade facilitation of the World Trade Organization. So I think that this is a key point that should be taken into consideration. In the end, the country really benefited from this free trade agreement. For example, within ASEAN, now Vietnam became the second trading country after Singapore. And only 7 or 8 years ago, Vietnam was behind 3 other countries in terms of trade with third countries, meaning that the country is developing very fast their relation at international level. To move on a bit about ASEAN, the ASEAN issue, and then I conclude because my time, I think, is expired. Vietnam is a full member of ASEAN. Last year, led all the trade negotiation of ASEAN for the RCEP. However, I feel that, and I don't think about Vietnam, but if we have a look in ASEAN, ASEAN is composed by states with extremely different features from economic, political, and social point of view. And especially in a view of a future European Union ASEAN trade agreement, we need to take into consideration that ASEAN countries might see themselves more as a competitor to accede to the European Union market than sort of way of improving the cooperation between different ASEAN members. Indeed, Chris already highlighted that the integration in ASEAN is still limited. The only few sectors, for example, the automotive sector, through the investment of Japanese, they were able to spread different types of manufacturing production in different parts of ASEAN. But the integration, I repeat, among ASEAN countries is still limited, and I would be surprised that ASEAN might reach an agreement in short time to conclude a free trade agreement with the European Union. I think that so far it's fine. I took by 8 minutes, and if you want to go into more detail later, I'm happy to answer to your question.
Thank you very much, Claudio. My expectations have been fully met about your excellent performance. And now we have about 15 minutes left. First of all, I would like to ask if there are questions from the participants, from the public. I don't see any raised hands or chats with questions and answers, I think. Let me check again. Okay. Now, what I would then ask the panelists to see whether you have questions and comments to each other. Don't be shy. You must have been stimulated by your colleagues' presentations. I saw so many issues being raised. If you still want to think about them for a minute or so, I can, using the privilege of being the moderator, to start and break the ice. And I would like to ask a question to Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns, are you with us? Mr. Burns?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Mr. Burns. I detect two major challenges in the future negotiations, whenever they start on this region-to-region FTA. One challenge, of course, is the most obvious, that we know all very well, but I think it's a critical challenge, is the different nature, legal nature of the two sides of the table of negotiations. From your side, you as a commission, you have full responsibility for shaping, negotiating, and implementing trade policy, rather than the various members of the EU. And the other side, we know, and Pramila has been also talking about, there is not such a supranational authority. The other challenge, which is probably more recent one, and that arises from the new trade strategy of the EU, refers to the fact that such a strategy is more demanding, if I'm not wrong, in terms of environmental and social sustainability. And at the same time, the future FTA with ASEAN can create alternative, more resilient global value chains. And my question is, do you see any lack of compatibility between these resilient value chains and environmentally and socially sustainable value chains?
Okay, thanks. Very good question. Just very briefly on the setup of the negotiations. I mean, it's a 1+10 negotiation framework. So on one hand, you have the European Union, represented by the European Commission, working on the basis of a mandate given by 27 EU member states, negotiating on behalf of 27 member states and the European Union itself. So on the other hand, we of course have 10 individual countries, ASEAN member states, supported by the ASEAN Secretariat. The ASEAN Secretariat is not a similar institution like the European Commission, and it doesn't negotiate, it's present in these meetings. But this is something ASEAN is used to in all its FTA negotiations. We learned about the 6th one, there's a 7th one now with Hong Kong. So this is a setup we are used to also in our ongoing dialogues with ASEAN. That requires often then pre-consultation on the ASEAN side to arrive at a common position, and then there will certainly be a spokesperson always to talk on behalf of ASEAN. But it's also then, like in the European Union, an exercise where you have to arrive at a common denominator. We always hope it's a higher common denominator rather than a race to the bottom, a least common denominator. But in some areas we experience that ASEAN has an approach that if one ASEAN member state refuses to address one specific chapter in our negotiations, then all other 9 negotiating partners have to say, okay, then all of ASEAN cannot negotiate it. So that is somehow this least common denominator approach, and unanimity is somehow making our life in Europe, of course, difficult as well, but also inside ASEAN. With regard to sustainable value chains, resilient value chains, I mean, there are different concepts. One is more resilient. We want to make sure that, especially in light of COVID experience overcoming the pandemic, that we ensure that our supply chains are resilient, that we are thinking about reshoring certain items, that we are thinking about critical supplies in critical products. So this is an ongoing reflection. Sustainable value chains is, of course, then linked also to the environment, to social issues, human rights, labor rights as well. We meant to make sure that our supply chains respect our values, and we are therefore negotiating in our trade agreements a chapter on trade and sustainable development that reflects international norms, values, where we want to see our trading partners to also adhere to sign up to, and to implement such provisions. Huge demand by the European Parliament, by European civil society and NGOs to strengthen even further these aspects in our trade negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bertz. Now I have a question from the participants, Mr. Han Bang. This is for you, Claudio. And the participant says, you mentioned that the level of integration in ASEAN countries is still limited. Do you have any insight on how these countries can do to promote integration among them, given that they have quite similar comparative advantages in labor-intensive industries? That's a tough one.
Yes, I think that Professor Guerrieri or yourself or Professor Paganetto can better answer to this. From what I in this case, I don't reply as an academic, but as a practitioner.
This is why we invited you, Claudio.
Yeah. The point is, from what I've heard, I learned, and I see, and I saw here, I suspect that there is not too much interest to promote a deeper integration, deeper integration among ASEAN countries. However, they are doing that because we know very well that the ASEAN Economic Community recently launched aim to promote further integration. You know, from my point of view and from what I've seen, I think that there are, for example, exporting and importing in different ASEAN countries. There are still problems regarding standards and technical requirements and sanitary requirements. So there is not a mutual recognition that we know very well in the European Union. I think that in order to promote a real integration of the markets, we would need, and this, you know, my background, the legal and international background as a professor at university come into the picture. I think it's necessary to promote the harmonization or at least closing the differences in the domestic regulations with regard to technical issues and sanitary issues. I think this is a very, very important. We should start from the basics, concrete topics. Then we might see what kind of other development there can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudio. Now we are towards the end of the meeting. We still have 4 minutes left. And
I see Professor Paganetto raise their hand.
Ah, sorry. Luigi,
just a question, short question, because I wonder if there is an answer to my premise. I mean, the idea that the need to increase competitiveness and productivity of Europe would be enough for pushing Europe to adopt more active for commercial policies and more active investment policies around the world, and mainly with in the relation with ASEAN, Southeast Asian countries. Maybe that Mr. Bertz has an answer.
Mr. Bertz, would you like to try to answer very briefly Professor Paganetto's question?
Yes, certainly. No, we have a communication which clearly spells out our priorities. They range from multilateral work, implementation of enforcement of our current agreements, and looking at trade in digital, trade in green. But our bilateral agenda, and that was mentioned that ASEAN was not mentioned in this communication, but our bilateral agenda, of course, continues. And in Asia, we have 4 FTAs in place: Korea, Japan, Vietnam, Singapore, negotiating with Indonesia, have an ASEAN strategy. We are negotiating with Australia and New Zealand, and we just decided to resume FTA negotiations with India, which is quite special. So we are well placed and assertive in our trade policy in the Indo-Pacific region, and we want to tap into that. Just remember that neither CPTPP nor RCEP has the United States, has the European Union, or has India as its member. So there is an untapped potential, and we certainly want to, through our various strategies, enhance our relationship with the countries in the Indo-Pacific region.
Okay, now we have to close, but before we have the official closing, I would like to invite Pramila for her last words as the sponsor of this meeting.
May I say thanks a lot to Pramila?
Thank you so much. And sorry also, Chris, because I see that you had also a question, but sorry that we are running out of time. Can you see the screen I'm sharing?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay, so I just want to say a few words about what we do at ADB, but I'm going to be very brief just in this area. Of course, ADB is doing a lot in the field, of course, working in the GMS region on trade facilitation on many different aspects. But I just want to mention what we do in terms of policy support and what we are currently working on. So we are trying to basically answer this difficult question, which is how to ensure our step does not remain a paper tiger. Basically, I think it has been mentioned many times, our step needs to prove its value. It's a good step. It's gonna continue evolve with the building agenda. And I think ADB and also international stakeholders do have a role to play to ensure that further developments, move in the right direction, and that it's actually implemented properly, and that the private sector can actually use the trade agreements. So we have a special project on that. The specific focus, at least initial focus, is on rules of origin. It has been mentioned, I think, by Cambodia. Rules of origin of the European Union and the EBA are quite lenient and trade facilitating for LDCs. And so now we're going to look at rules of origin in RCEP and comparing with other agreements to see if there is really a value added by accumulation. We'll look at tariff phase down, services commitments, and also envisage to have capacity building of customs officials. All these to ensure an effective implementation. We are also going to address, do some research on the erosion of trade preferences. I think it's a very critical issue. It has been mentioned by Cambodia to help LDCs to establish a forward-looking trade policy agenda. And we have current research on digital services trade. And I take the opportunity to announce that the STEAM chapter of our next year Asian Economic Integration Report will be actually covering will be on digital services trade. So all in all, I would like to thank again all the panelists. It was a very interesting session. Sorry that we don't have more time. We would need weeks and months to discuss these questions, but I hope you enjoyed and that we actually can move forwards based on all the discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, I would like only to add that I really enjoyed the 90 minutes we spent together. I learned a lot, and I hope we did disappoint Luigi, and he can get some policy points for his presentation to the ministry tomorrow. Thank you very much to all of you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
I remember to all of you that we have I ask now if I ask to the So I think ok, possiamo iniziare, dai. Hello, welcome to everybody, and thanks first of all to all the participants to this roundtable. Lorenzo Binismaghi from Société Générale, Carlo Cottarelli from Università Cattolica, Jean-Paul Fitoussi from Sciences Po, that should be going to connect, I hope soon, Stefano Micossi from Assonime, and Marcello Signarelli from Università degli Studi di Perugia. The topic of our session is the future of macroeconomic policies after the pandemics. What will be the new normal? So I'll keep rigorously the time for the speakers. We should do 2 rounds, 10 minutes for first round, 5 minutes for the second round, with the exception of those who want to present all in 1 round in 15 minutes if they have a sort of presentation of a point. My very small introduction is just to give to provide an assist to the speakers, in the sense that we have assisted during the pandemics to a radical change of fiscal and monetary policies in the European Union. Okay. And I would say that this radical change consisted in 4 main points. So the first one has been the suspension of the stability pact, of the rules of the Stability Pact. As we know, they are suspended until 2022. That was declared recently by Dombrovskis and the Commissioner Dombrovskis and Paolo Gentiloni. The second big change has been that there has been a strengthened activism of central banks. The European central banks have increased this program of intervention, and she arrived to almost 25%, 1/4 of holdings of government bonds of member countries like Italy. And this recently declared that it can even arrive to 30% if needed. So this has been a radical change which contributed to create a situation on financial markets of bonanza, I would say, in sense that in spite of the increase of the government debt, the GDP ratios in many countries, 17% on the average in European Union, with the government debt GDP ratio that arrived to more than 100% on average, and an increase of around 30% in Italy. In spite of that, we didn't assist to problems in financial markets. The interest rates were low. There has not been tensions on turbulence. So this has been a big change in the behavior. Together with this change, we found a change in fiscal policies. So there has been more resources available for countries, for member countries, with the Next Generation EU plan. And of course, we know that Italy had more resources than other countries. We know that Italy decided to use all the resources available, so not just the grants, but also soft loans, while other countries have adopted a more prudent stance, like Portugal, for example, who accepted to use only the grants and not the soft loans. And but of course, the use of these resources has been is conditional to some rules. So Italy can increase its investment, can use this money, but of course there are rigid rules for the use of this money. We know that an important share of this money has to be used for digitalization and for ecological transition. We know that all investment have to be consistent with the do not substantially harm principle. Basically, they have is a sort of green Pareto improvement principle. Basically, none of this investment has to produce a setback in any of the 6 environmental domains: mitigation, adaptation, quality of air, quality of water, circular economy, and biodiversity. So there are strict rules also for the timing of the use of this money. So in the end, the synthesis is that this radical change in fiscal and monetary policy consisted in a sort of trade-off. On the one side, a balanced agreement. On the one side, suspension of the rule on fiscal stability pact, increased activism of the central bank, but in exchange of the also I add that's the 4th point, the issue of bonds, which are in some sense European Union bonds for financing both the SURE program and the beginning of the Next Generation EU program, in exchange of this sort of mutualization of debt in this sense. In exchange of that, this more, let's say, relaxed monetary and fiscal policy, or more cooperative, more solidaristic fiscal policy, has been given in exchange of rule on the use of the investment. So basically, the idea is that the investment has to create good debt. And if it creates good debt, and if countries make some reforms, so we know that in Italy is more important, very important now, the reforms in competition, in the legal system, and in the public administration, basically based on digitalization. So the point is this new situation is going to continue. So what's going to happen when as we hope, we all hope we see the light in the end of the tunnel, when the COVID pandemic is going to finish? What's going to happen? Are we going to go back to the previous system, or are we maintaining the new system, or we are going to something which is in the mix, in the between of the old and the new system? So the discussion is open. Many of the distinguished speakers that we have here have already participated to this discussion, okay? And there are different positions. So my curiosity, my interest, and I think all the interest of the participants to this seminar is to understand from them what are their opinion on what is going to happen in the future. So I now give the floor to the first speaker, who is Lorenzo Binismaghi from Societe Generale. Lorenzo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me and see me fine. Thank you for inviting me. It's a fascinating issue. What will be the new normal? What will happen when it's all over? And I think it depends on 2 key issues. One is the underlying macroeconomic scenario at the end of the pandemic, at the end of the rebound. And second, the new institutional framework. Now, if I look at the first issue, the macroeconomic environment, how will be the environment? Will we go back to 2019 or will we have a totally new scenario? And I will characterize maybe 2019, if you remember, is a situation in which the euro area economy was actually growing relatively slowly, starting to slow down again. Draghi, you remember, just before leaving, had started QE again because inflation was much below the target. So I would characterize the pre-2020 macroeconomic situation as one of stagnation, some would say secular stagnation, with a lot of liquidity, with the central bank having problems in stimulating the economy, and the policy mix, which was characterized by maybe very expansionary monetary policy and relatively restrictive fiscal policy, a bit less in 2019, but still restrictive. And you remember the calls that were made by Mario Draghi and then Christine Lagarde before the pandemic, asking for a more balanced policy mix, calling for countries that had room for maneuver to have a more supportive fiscal policy, without naming them always, but clearly room for maneuver, meaning that they had a debt to GDP ratio below 60 or falling systematically. This is one scenario, is a possibility that we go back to that type of environment. Another possibility is the one that is feared by many, is that we will, at the end of the pandemic, we will find ourselves with, in fact, growth above potential, back to inflation rising, rising above 2%, with fiscal policies that have problems in achieving their targets and in maintaining sustainability. So basically, it's you know, a debate which is very similar to the one in the US, where there are fears that the strong fiscal policy, supportive fiscal policy, will lead to an acceleration of inflation. Now, I tend to be more on the first scenario. And if I look at the recent evolution, for instance, of US Treasuries, I think yesterday they hit again a low, 1.4%. So markets are expecting that liquidity, high liquidity conditions will prevail. And we are back to a savings glut, basically, excess of saving over investment over the medium term. If this is the scenario, I think Europe has a series of issues to deal with. First, monetary policy. Monetary policy cannot go back to the situation it was before, but because clearly it had a lot of difficulties in achieving 2%. It had a lot of difficulties in explaining also what the target was. So there are a series of strategic reviews that are taking place that should be made public, I think, right after the summer, concerning the target, concerning the instruments, whether QE is really that effective in the end. And there are people questioning this, although it's difficult to understand what are the alternatives. A negative interest rate policy, which is weakening the financial system. A series of other more technical issues related to ratings, use of ratings, and so on and so forth. And even, you could say, the OMT, which is, as we all know, conditional on countries going to the ESM, an ESM whose credibility and whose, at least, popularity has not been increased by the pandemic. The other element is fiscal policy. Now, I think the fiscal policy issue are going to be maybe even more complicated, because it's clear that some countries have higher debt, and debt sustainability. I'm not going to enter into the issue of how to change the rules, but certainly debt sustainability would be a key issue, and Italian debt sustainability is the key issue. Now, the issue is quite simple. I think Mario Draghi mentioned it in its recent speech at the Lince. He said, you just need to increase growth to by 1.25%, and it's all solved. Well, you just need to do this is a big if, because in order to increase growth potential in Italy by 1%, you need not only to invest a lot, you need to reform, you need to make many things happen. The other side of the coin is that if we are not able to increase the underlying growth rate of Italy, debt sustainability for the Italian debt will be a problem, and maybe not only for Italy. So what does it mean? It means that either we are able to maintain the interest rates on the debt below the rate of growth of the economy, or we will have at some point to go back to budget measures that have to ensure primary surplus that is consistent with debt sustainability. So at some point, this issue will come up, especially if growth is not going to increase, underlying growth is not going to go to the levels that are required, and of course the whole snowball effect of credibility will be raised again. The other issue, which I think needs to be tackled also at the European level, is that it's not. I mean, the policy mix is not going to be addressed properly if we look only at monetary policy on the one side and fiscal policy on the other, totally separately, and if the fiscal policy is addressed only through rules and through rules aimed at ensuring that sustainability. Because, as I mentioned earlier, the problem that Christine Lagarde and Mario Draghi raised several times is that fiscal policy has not been supportive enough in the past. So how can we make fiscal policy supportive in Europe? And I think this is the big issue, and I hope those who will follow me will provide some ideas. But one of the key issues is that we have, and I think we have to think about that, and we have to involve discussions with other countries, but at the core of our system in Europe, we have a country which is very efficient, which is very stable, which is providing the safe asset for international investors, who is reducing the amount of these safe assets, who has been reducing over the past years before the pandemic, and who will start reducing the supply of these assets after 2023 again. I'm talking about Germany, of course. And if you include in that the continuation of QE, that is the purchase of bonds by the ECB, the amount of bonds in the market available for investors is decreasing at a very rapid pace over the next few years, which will mean that if we are in an excess savings environment, the pressure on the price of these safe assets to go up and interest rates to go down will be a fundamental issue in the management of the macroeconomy in Europe. It will put pressure on spreads. It will put pressure on financial institutions like insurance companies, like banks. So we have an element of inherent instability for an area which the pandemic has shown is the second global area in the world after the US, not only in terms of real economy, but also financially. We have seen the issuance of European debt has been a great success because the rest of the world, which also lives in an excess saving environment, wants to invest in Europe, wants to hold European debt instruments, fixed interest instruments. So I want to close my first intervention by saying this will be a key challenge, how to have a more symmetric, fiscally symmetric area in Europe, not only looking at issues of excess and sustainable debt, but also at issuing a sufficient amount of debt to avoid a depressionary impact. I want to go, in the literature, we examined this maybe 60 years ago with the Triffin and others, if Europe has to have the same role as the US to be a reserve currency area, it needs in the end to be in a current account deficit, or at least to generate a system that provides sufficient supply of assets to accommodate the demand by the rest of the world. Otherwise, this creates a deflationary impact on the Eurozone and the global economy. So maybe I will stop here for my first.
Thank you, Lorenzo, also for respecting very well time. You raised many issues, but I think two very important issues. One, what is the structural rate of growth which can make our debt sustainable, and you made reference to what Draghi said about that, and also that we need a sufficient supply of European financial assets, and this is a very big issue, and I think that Stefano Micossi will have to say something about that, but before him we have Carlo Cottarelli, who is going to be the next speaker. Carlo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. The key question is how much has changed, whether the changes will be permanent or not.
Yes.
Let me first underscore that the change with respect to the previous regime in the last 2 years has not been as large as one would believe to be just at first sight. Already in 2008, 2009, fiscal policy had been used very proactively to tackle the recession, 2008, 2009 global financial crisis. In other words, Keynes has never been dead, except that the circumstances before 2008 did not really require Keynes to be in the field. Monetary policy was a sufficient tool to deal with economic cycles. Already in 2008, 2009, we saw that there was a big change. Second, the monetary financing of the deficit. But monetary financing of the deficit was also used in 2008, 2009. QE, perhaps less in Europe, but QEs were introduced by Draghi in Europe in a massive amount, in terms of percentage of deficit that were financed at the time, starting at the beginning of 2015. The European rules were suspended. By the way, it was part of the European rules. The rules will be suspended in a deep recession hitting the euro area. But even before, the famous fiscal compact was never actually operationalized. Fiscal compact implied that the debt rule implied that the debt to GDP ratio would decline by 3 percentage points per year for a country like Italy. There was no decline, and Italy was not even an excessive deficit procedure was started for Italy. So the rule was never applied in practice. Yes, there has been one change that is worth mentioning. Perhaps, probably for sure, the attitude towards higher public debt to GDP ratio has changed. We seem to be willing to accept that public debt to GDP ratio that are much higher than what we thought would be possible are now acceptable. But this, in a way, is the reflection of the fact that real interest rates in the world have declined. So with lower real interest rates, it's easier to sustain a larger amount of public debt. Therefore, the key issue is to see how our attitude towards public debt will change or not. Will critically hinges on the future level of real interest rates. And as you know, there are different opinions about this. There are many secular stagnation supporters that believe that these real interest rates will remain low. Real interest rates will remain low for a prolonged period of time. The low real interest rates are driven by real forces, excess real saving vis-a-vis the demand of investment in real terms. And so if it is so, we should be relatively reassured that a very high, much higher public debt to GDP ratio will be sustainable for a for a long period. I wouldn't be so sure for several reasons. First, we are still in uncharted territory. I mean, we have experienced very high debt ratio together with very low real interest rates only for a relatively short period of time. Second, however, and that's perhaps my main point, we need to reflect more on the interaction between real interest rates and financing public deficit, essentially with seigniorage revenue, real seigniorage revenue, because that's what has happened over the last few years. Seigniorage, printing money to finance deficit is seigniorage. And it's a real effect because the ratio between base money and GDP, or the price level, has increased enormously over the last few years. Just to mention, last year, in terms of financing, 2020, something like 2/3 of, in Europe, 2/3 of deficits, of the fiscal deficit have been financed by printing money, by direct credit, not directly, but the purchases on the secondary market of government paper by the central banks have financed 2/3 of fiscal deficit. If we look at the overall increase in base money over fiscal deficit, last year in Europe it was about 200%. In Japan it was 126%. In the United States, 81%. So seigniorage has been used to finance fiscal deficit. And it's seigniorage in real terms because there's no increase in the price level. This must have had an effect on two things. First, on spreads, on high risk. As a minimum, we should agree that the purchase by central banks of high risk government paper, at least as a minimum, it reduced spreads. It may have, in my view, it also affected the risk-free assets. The real interest rates on risk-free assets. I know I'm saying something that is very bold, but I believe that's what happened. If you finance your fiscal deficit with seigniorage revenues, real seigniorage revenue, that has an impact on real interest rates. You don't need to sell papers in the market. And so the final question is, if this is true, if real interest rates were affected by seigniorage, how long will this last? And then the question is, how long will the private sector be willing to, essentially banks, but also money in circulation, also cash has also increased. How long will the private sector be willing to hold huge amounts compared to the past of base money without trying to using it? And then again, raises another question, why for commercial banks, first and foremost, are holding these huge amounts of base money in their portfolios without trying to lend more, for example. I believe that there are different stories. You know, one story is that there is not enough demand for bank loans. Demand may recover sooner or later. Another story is that the need for liquidity by commercial banks has increased because the interbank market does not work as it used to be in the nice old days of the 80s, the 90s, and until the 2008 crisis. So this increases permanently the demand for base money by commercial banks. But I believe that there is another story. I believe that the regulation on equity is really slowing down, preventing to some extent the use of this base money by commercial banks. What is lacking to banks to lend is not liquidity, it's equity. And for a bank, raising equity is not so easy. So if this is, and there is another point which I already made on other occasions, it's not only the increase in equity requirements over the last 10 years that matters, it's also the fact that regulation is changing continuously, has been changing continuously. This has created a lot of uncertainty, and that's why banks are very cautious. If they lend 100 today, they don't know how much equity they will have to hold tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Even in Europe, we have not yet implemented the, let's call it Basel 3.5, Basel 4. We're waiting for decision to be taken by the Commission regarding the implementation of Basel 4. So in this situation, banks are very cautious to lend, and they are happy to hold this amount of liquidity, which is great for governments because of the seigniorage revenues that arise by printing money. The question is, how long will this last? Eventually, bank regulation will stabilize. Eventually, banks will be able to attract more equity. And I'm convinced that eventually this liquidity will be used with potentially high effects on inflation. If this is so, central banks will have to change their monetary policies. They will have to stop financing governments. They may even have to absorb the liquidity created over the last few years. And one standard way to do it will be to reverse what has been done over the last few years. Instead of having quantitative easing, there may be quantitative tightening. I spoke exactly 10 minutes and 2 seconds, so I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo. You made a very important point that you make often, that you are worried about, I mean, let's say worried about the large amount of liquidity which is idle for the moment in households and banks, and also because of the uncertainty about bank regulation. But what happens when this liquidity goes in motion, and whether it can create inflationary concerns and then trigger a reaction of the central bank. So this is an issue, of course, to be considered when we will decide the new scenario of fiscal and monetary policy. And now I'm giving the floor to the third speaker. Jean-Paul Fitoussi, unfortunately, is not with us. I wrote to him in the meanwhile with an email, so I hope he will connect. But in the meanwhile, I'll give the floor to Stefano Micossi from Assonime, which I know, I think he wants to share some slide on the screen. Stefano, am I correct? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this interesting panel. I share many of the views that were expressed by the previous speakers, but perhaps there is here a slight difference in emphasis and attention to issues. I have decided to concentrate on certain aspects of future debt sustainability within the Eurozone, and to raise an issue, a specific issue of sustainability that is related to the construction, institutional setup of the Eurozone. How do I move the slides? They don't, if I click. Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
It's fine.
So if I manage, I would love, yes, I managed to move on your head somewhere else. So just to remind us all, the sovereign debt in the Eurozone has basically, since the beginning of the Eurozone, has risen 40 percentage points from an initial level of 60%. So the original benchmark of 60% was reasonable in a way, as it entailed basically some cyclical, to create the room for some cyclical stabilization about a benchmark debt level that was more or less in line on average with the treaty benchmark of 60% GDP ratio, debt to GDP ratio. Now we are 100%, and we need to think what will happen of this debt after the end of super monetary expansion, of monetary loose monetary, ultra loose monetary policy. So two things should be clear. We will not be able to go back to the original debt to GDP ratio without serious budgetary restraint. But if we try to do that, if we go back to a scenario of reduction of the debt to GDP ratio, in this scale, in addition, we have altogether 40 percentage points increase to regain, and the pandemic will probably explain about half of that relative to GDP when we finish with the current purchase programs. So we will not be able to repay that debt, because that would compromise growth and the ability to mend the economic and social scars of the pandemic. And it might even imperil that sustainability, the Draghi growth proposition. And second, preventative debt restructuring cannot be recommended in practice. We have seen in the experience of Greece that it could wreak havoc in the economies of highly indebted countries, increasing the cost of debt refinancing and undermining euro area financial stability. An additional point that we should keep in mind is that reliable benchmarks of debt sustainability are generally not available. In a multiple equilibrium world, unpredictable shocks may shift an economy from a stable to an unstable path. There is a key point that should be recognized here, that there are externalities linked to the debt. High debt discourages investment because of fear of future taxation. And in the Eurozone, it has the specific effect of increasing financial fragmentation. Financial fragmentation is the fact that the risk of similar financial instruments are priced differently by investors, limiting cross-border interbank and capital flows, which in turn hampers financial market ability to cushion financial shocks. Moreover, the famous doom loop, if there is an instability shock to the debt of one of the Eurozone member states, the doom loop, bank and government crisis and sovereign debt crisis may well reappear. And indeed, we may already have crossed the sensitivity threshold with investors overreacting to any hint of reduced support from the ECB. In other words, we are already in a world in which the stability of the sovereign debt markets seems to be linked to the promise of continuing support by the ECB. So this is the scenario in which, with a loan initially, and then with a colleague from Edinburgh University, Emilios Avgouleas, who is not here today because he's sick. He had to undergo very serious surgery. If there is a potential instability stemming from the debt to GDP ratios, from the sovereign debt levels, we have devised a scheme basically to try to keep extra debt, extra sovereign debt as a minimum that due to the pandemic out of capital markets, without, however, obliging the ECB to continue to hold it even after the reasons to maintain very large liquidity in the markets disappears. So our idea is that the policy requirement to keep those COVID sovereigns out of capital markets for after, in a way, the justification, the monetary policy justification has disappeared, may be entrusted to another euro area institution, and we have in mind the ESM, the European Stability Mechanism. The proposal, so, is to have the ESM purchase the sovereigns held by the ECB and keep them, roll them over, rather, we're not talking about cancelling, but roll them over and for good, for very long time. In other words, ensure orderly rollover of this debt after the end of monetary policy, after the end of the need for monetary policy to remain ultra loose. And we can also imagine that the purchases by the ESM could be stepped up when the ECB needs to sell its bond holdings for monetary policy reasons. We have in mind a program of purchases by the ESM of sovereigns held by national central banks, because this is what it is today, a program stretched out for 10 years, but the possibility that the ECB may decide to step up its purchases when needed for monetary policy reasons. The purchases would be financed by issuing liabilities, which basically would be asset-backed liabilities with very low risk, because the risk of default that at present sits with national central banks, we would leave with them. We are discussing with some central banks how to do it, some kind of CDS scheme to keep the risk of default on those sovereigns where it is now, the risk of a haircut. And then the ESM would, of course, take the risk, the market risk from these sovereigns, but since movements in the price of these sovereigns would probably compensate, this is not a big thing. And the ESM would issue its own liabilities to purchase those sovereigns, therefore issuing very large masses of securities and creating a large liquid and liquid market for European safe assets. Of course, participation by the member states would be voluntary, but there would have to be a decision by agreement by the ECOFIN Eurogroup summit. The agreement is possible because there is an interest of all countries to participate in the scheme, including Germany, because this scheme would certainly moderate, let's say, and engender a rise in interest rate in Germany, because there would now be another safe asset relieving pressure from the German debt, which, as Lorenzo reminded us, is incidentally going to fall. So I will not discuss the legal and technical question for this. Suffice to mention that the purchases is a form of conditional assistance to the member states that only entails respect of certain eligibility conditions. Basically, the ESM, it is as if it would grant conditional financial assistance under Article 14 with very mild conditions, simply to hold the debt and roll it over. But if those conditions are not respected, the ESM could stop providing the support, which means that we are not creating an unconditional scheme of support for the member states. The ESM can decide to stop the purchases. The key feature that I would like to stress is that this scheme would relieve the ECB from the conflict between monetary policy purposes and the need not to destabilize sovereign debt markets. We would create a safe asset, and we would create a scheme that would take out of the market the excess sovereign debt accumulated, let's say, due to the pandemic, or maybe to the excess creation of money since the financial crisis, and investors would have a safe asset where to place their money. So the Eurozone will be relieved from the great risk that investors fear that at some stage these sovereigns will be thrown back to the market and destabilize especially some members of the Eurozone. Thank you for your attention.
Much, Stefano, and so it is very interesting your mechanism to disentangle the European Central Bank monetary policy that can become again restrictive and debt stability. Now I'm asking Marcello to do his intervention, and I anticipate you that if Jean-Paul is not coming out, we will have 8-9 minutes for a second round, all of us. So Marcello, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. I will divide my speech in three very short parts. The first one will contain just very two simple sentences. The second part regards some keywords that I will use for a short general comment, apparently off topics, but not in my opinion. Finally, the third part will describe some empirical evidence and facts to say something about the future of macroeconomic policies. First part and first sentence, very simple sentence. In my view, stricto sensu, we will not have a stable new normal for macroeconomic policies after pandemic. Or in other terms, or lato sensu, we will be obliged to move quite frequently from one new normal to another new normal. This is a first simple sentence. Second sentence. It is crucial to be aware that we are and we will be in a highly complex, uncertain, and unstable dynamic reality, where the quality of macroeconomic decision, measured also with the ability to correct small and big mistakes, and the timing of the decisions, need a large set of different scientific approaches within economists and outside economics. Now I move to the second, apparently off topics part. And the keywords that I will use are uncertainty and complexity, mistakes, creativity, and multidisciplinarity. High uncertainty and complexity are persisting features of the global context and suggest a strong need to cooperate between fiscal and monetary policies to address small and big shocks. And this strategic coordination have to occur not only at the national level, or especially, as also Stefano Micossi just clearly mentioned, in the incomplete monetary union, that is the Eurozone, but also this coordination is necessary at the international level, a sort of very difficult global coordination. Second keyword, mistakes. Small or big mistakes in economic policies, both in quantity and quality, are normal. In highly complex macro environment, where different small and big shocks are the real new normal. So I think looking at the past 15 years, that we have to consider these small but also big shocks as a new normal. So it is crucial not to avoid the mistake. It is a mission impossible, but to minimize their cumulative impact by reducing the lag in corrections and by improving the quality of macroeconomic policy decision. To do that, one or very few macroeconomic visions are absolutely not sufficient. Several visions have to contribute to decision-making with a competition of concrete ideas, able to respect each other and jointly cooperate to suggest the best possible policies in the concrete historical and political situation. To summarize, not only one macroeconomic vision is not fitting for all times, but much more important, policymakers strongly need several different visions in each historical time to improve a reality that is never in the first best of macroeconomic performance in terms of GDP growth, equality of opportunity, poverty, sustainability, and so on. Third keyword is creativity. Competition and cooperation between different macroeconomics visions can favor, in my opinion, a new, strongly necessary creativity in defining the details, quality, and the timing of macroeconomic policies. Policymakers need not only the creativity of the single economist or economic school, but especially the creativity that can arise with the competition and also with the cooperation between economists with different approaches, different techniques, and different visions. Final keyword is multidisciplinarity. Economists are not sufficient to design the details of the best possible macroeconomic policies. The possibility to define and apply the best policies call for competencies and of experts in other social disciplines, like international relations, contemporary history, law regulation, geopolitics, and so on. So also collaboration between economists and other social scientists is crucial. I rapidly move to the final part, and I present some empirical evidence and facts relevant, in my view, to say something about the future of macroeconomic policy. I start with China and the history. China and history matter. So we cannot also in Europe not consider the global context. The share of Chinese GDP, as well known, calculated on global GDP in purchasing power parity, shifted in only 3 decades from near 4% in 1990 to near 20% in 2020. And the pandemic accelerated this rise of China. In the same period, the US shifted from near 22 to near 14% of global GDP, and the European Union, in the current composition, 27 countries, shifted from near 24 to near 12. Eurozone is now near 10% of global GDP. Germany was near 6% at the time of reunification, now is less than 3%. Italy shifted in the same period from 4 to near 2%. So the world economic, but also political and cultural power is changing rapidly. And the European Union and the Eurozone policymakers have to be fully aware of the key factors of the strong European decline in the global context. About China, I just mentioned the historical mistake to accept it in 2001 in the World Trade Organization, substantially without any condition about a reduction of social dumping and the introduction of minimum elementary union, social and democratic rights. I really hope that the United States and the European Union collaborate more to face China and to favor its evolution without favoring too much stronger relationship between China and Russia. Now I move to the European context, European Union and European Central Bank. This time acted, in my opinion, I partly disagree with Carlo Cottarelli, this time acted quite differently with respect to the wrong and too little too late approach after the 2009 Great Recession. However, the timing of exit strategy is crucial. It will be a mistake to exit too early from expansionary fiscal and monetary policies. For example, the so-called reinvestment, Stefano Micossi called rollover, in the pandemic emergency purchase program have to be continued well after the current decision. At the moment, at least the end of 2023. So it is important a continuation, in my view, of the almost monetization of the national public debt created with pandemic. And about the rule of the public budget and debt dynamic have to be reintroduced, not too soon, and especially deleting, cutting the methodological weak calculation regarding the structural deficit, and also distinguishing the quality of public expenditure, giving a higher positive importance to public investment, material and immaterial infrastructures, but also to public expenditures and specific tertiary education and R&D public expenditure, due to their potentially higher multiplicative impact. In condition of high uncertainty and instability, is no more the time of rigid rules. I agree on this point with Carlo Cottarelli. Quite often, these rules have not been applied, especially the fiscal compact reduction of 1/10 over the 20 following year in the fiscal compact. However, sustainability of national public debt, as clearly mentioned Stefano Micossi, will remain a critical point in the incomplete European Monetary Union. If and only if the resources of the next generation EU will be used sufficiently well, especially by Italy, and this is a very critical point, as we all know very well, and with the necessary structural reform requested by the European Union institution, I see the space for an evolution from the current agreement for a temporary European Union debt till 2058 toward a substantial creation of a partly permanent European Union debt that can also be partly bought by the European Central Bank. On this point, I have a partly different opinion with respect to Stefano Micossi that suggests the involvement of the European Stability Mechanism. So the creation of a permanent, partly permanent European fiscal capacity is maybe possible under particular conditions. I go to conclude just mentioning very few the Biden plans, and this point has been raised also by Lorenzo Binismaghi indirectly. We talk about almost $6 trillion in several years, are already affecting, also through expectations, market nominal interest rates and also inflation rates. This dynamic can be a problem for a prolonged accommodative monetary policy in the Eurozone. On this point, it will be important also the final conclusion of the European Central Bank strategic review to be published soon. Just to final point, very short, for Italy and Europe, in my view, Mario Draghi can be a crucial leader to favor a better evolution for the Eurozone. Not as an economist, but as a politician with a high international reputation. Finally, I think that a better Europe is not only necessary for European young people and future generation, but also for the cultural and democratic global evolution in a global context. And so to have a strong Europe means also to have a better global context. Thank you.
Marcello, thank you very much. You emphasized, among other things, how is important the success of our next generation EU, also for the future design of monetary and fiscal policy in the European Union and for future cooperation, of course. We have around other 5 minutes each for a second round. I just introduced the second round with 3 further issues or questions, but related to what you said. The first one, I would say what is looming on the horizon of all what we have said is whether inflation is going or is not going to be a problem in the next future when you talk about real interest rates, how they will stay for a long time. And also, but within this question, there is another question that we discuss sometime also with Carlo, is whether are there additional instruments for the European Central Bank to counteract inflation without doing a quantitative tightening? So whether the bank regulation rules, reserve requirement rules can be enough, because this is important to understand how many ammunitions, how many mechanisms the European Central Bank can have in case inflation can go up. And also the related question is our forecast about inflation. As we all know, there has been some tensions on prices, but mainly on the supply side due to the problem related to the pandemics. Whether, I mean, how much room for movement, for maneuver the European Central Bank has on this side. Of course, one of the hypotheses is the one set forth by Stefano Micossi with the idea of giving the debt, the COVID debt, to another entity in order to have more room for more room of maneuver in this sense. So that's one question. The second question, I would say again, is about what is your forecast of the future configuration, monetary and fiscal policy, no? What are your expectations? We all know that maybe there is a discussion now about whether there will be a new target debt to GDP ratio, not 60%, maybe another target, whether there will be a rule about, let's say, a decline or a convergence to that target. Of course, we all agreed, and this is what was underlined, especially by Carlo Cottarelli, that the rule were not so strict even before. Even though we discussed this rule a lot, you know, the ways calculate the structural deficit, as Marcello said, and whatever. So that's one point. But another point within this point is whether debt mutualization will go on or not, because implicit, embedded in what Stefano Micossi proposed is an idea of European government debt, even though it's the ESM debt and not through the ESM. So this is another very important point. We made some experiment in these years, but we don't know whether this experiment will go on or not. So what is your idea whether this will go on or not? And last but not least, this open a little bit the ground, but it's important. Central bank is doing always more things, no? Not just inflation, but let's say an eye on growth, an eye on stability of financial market. Now an eye of the debt, of course, of the government debt of member countries, and even now the discussion about a green quantitative easing. So if the central bank has always more power and more role, a question about democracy and representation arises. Also, Lucrezia Raglin rose it recently in a recent paper. So this is also an issue, no? So these central banks are more and more powerful, but hopefully they are doing things in favor of the people in the European Union states. But of course, a problem of democracy and representation may arise. So these are the questions that I leave to you for the second round, and I give the floor to Lorenzo, following the same order as before.
Thank you. Well, you raised many interesting things. As a former central banker, I tend to think that central banks are overburdened when there is a lack of proper political leadership, and that's what we may have in Europe. And let me explain why. I think I want to start from the presentation by Carlo, and I'm happy he did it, and so I can use it. And can be a stimulus for maybe some people who are still doing research in academics. But basically, the gut of this argument is that we don't have the right model for analyzing the transmission mechanism of monetary policy. I mean, the transmission mechanism of monetary policy, the traditional one, is that when you need to stimulate the economy, you cut interest rates. Then this leads the real economy, the real sector, to find it more attractive to borrow. And then entrepreneurs or households go to the bank and ask to borrow, and they borrow, they get more money, and this increases consumption and investment. Now, it doesn't work this way. And I'm surprised that central bankers and economists have not understood that yet. At least it doesn't always work this way, in the sense that when you cut interest rates, especially in a low interest rate environment, you don't only affect the incentives of the real economy, you affect the incentives of the financial sector. So the banking, how does the banking sector react when you cut interest rates? Especially when you cut interest rate at the short end and at the long end of the curve. That is when you flatten the yield curve. Well, you make, when this happens, especially when you cut interest rate into negative territory, you make the financial sector less profitable. So what happens when you make the financial sector less profitable? The financial sector has less, accumulates less dividend, less benefits to increase its capital. Now, the banking sector cannot lend more if it doesn't increase its capital. So this is the current situation in Europe, where the profitability of the banking sector is very low. You reduce it even further, what happens? You don't lend. So the transmission mechanism of monetary policy is blocked. You can lend only very little additional money, and you can cut interest rate as much as you want. This will not work. Now, there is something which is specific of Europe, of course, is that most of the lending goes through the banking system. It doesn't happen in the US. In the US, it is a more balanced system. You have the financial market. And what happens when you cut interest rates? Well, banks may actually have an incentive to sell to the market part of their balance sheet through securitization. They can package loans, they can package part of the balance sheet. This demand in the private sector emerges in the market, and the commercial banks can sell this to the market. They free part of the balance sheet, they free the amount of capital, so they can do new lending. So the monetary policy actually is more effective in a mixed market and banking system than a pure banking system. Now, what is the problem in Europe is that securitization is a bad word. It's a bad word because it's associated to subprimes, to the experience of the US, and so on and so forth. So the progress to create an integrated capital market in Europe has been blocked by the politicians, basically. Let me be very blunt. And that's where the lack of leadership comes and makes problems for economic policy in Europe. What we need in Europe is to not rely only on banks to provide the flow of funds to the real economy, but to have a more balanced system, to develop regulated capital markets, because the alternative is that the flow of capital goes to the unregulated, through the unregulated sector, like private equity and so on and so forth, which, by the way, are accessible only to very wealthy people. So I think one of the incompleteness of the European system is also the fact that we don't have an integrated capital market. And that's where we need to work more. The politicians need to be more aware of the risks going forward, that relying only on the banking system, which is overregulated for good reasons. And regulation is actually increasing because the concerns about the green economy are leading the central banks to add on piles of new capital requirements. So there are uncertainties, and it is a paradox that if you look at the accounts of the banks and at the situation, the capital situation of the banks, all over Europe, banks have more capital, higher capital ratios today than before the crisis, which means that basically they have saved capital out of fear of things happening in the wrong decision. So to conclude, I think one of the additional issues to complete and to make the policy mix, the overall policy mix more balanced in Europe, is not only to rely on fiscal and to rely on monetary, but also to have a private an allocation of resources which is more open through a capital market that is integrated. Otherwise, the additional liquidity will unavoidably go to finance the public sector, as Carlo mentioned. And when this will be over, then a lot of problems may emerge. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Yeah, this is a big issue. Also, it's impressive also the difference in rates between what is risk-free rates and the low rates in these periods and what is an average real interest return on, let's say, equity investment funds. So there's a big divide, and maybe there's an inefficient allocation of resources because it's impossible to get access in some way to those returns also for banks. So I now give the floor to Carlo for his second round. Carlo Cottarelli.
Thank you, Leonardo.
I see you. Okay.
I wanted to address this issue of what to do with the debt overhang that was created during the COVID recession. What Stefano suggested that would be perfectly fine with me. The question is whether it would be acceptable to Northern European countries. In my view, is that it is going to be seen as a debt mutualization. So nothing in a way, nothing new. The mechanism is slightly different. Here, you would involve the ESM, but it seems to me just as Leonardo mentioned, a form of debt mutualization. Now, one may argue that we have already seen during the COVID period debt mutualization in the form of essentially the recovery fund. But there is a deep difference between the recovery fund and debt mutualization. Recovery fund follows one principle. We borrow together and we decide together how to use the money. That's very different from the kind of Eurobonds that was suggested for the past. This is similar in a way to what would happen to in a European budget. The European budget will be common borrowing and the decision will be taken in the European Parliament on how to use the money. Here, the mechanism to which we decide together how to use the money is the presentation by each country of plans, recovery plans, the next generation European Union, the piano PNRR, as we say in Italian. But still, the principle is that we borrow together and we decide together how to use the money. Debt mutualization is something different. It means that we put together debt that was originated by decisions taken by individual countries. There are very few examples in economic history of something like this. One example is the European, what happened after the independence, the US War of Independence, the Hamiltonian moment, but that public debt had been originated by fighting a war together. So it was not originated by the fact that in the eyes of Germans, the Italian welfare system was much more generous than the German welfare system. So I don't see this as politically feasible. The alternative that I proposed, which I discussed in the past also with Leonardo, is something different. Ideally, if the ECB continued to roll over this public debt forever, there would be no problem. That public debt would not exist for any practical purpose. We could even set the European rules not at the general government level, by the public sector level. And the public sector, because the definition of public sector includes the central bank, the public debt would be even netted out. But the bottom line is that if the ECB, in the case of Italy, the Bank of Italy, continue to roll over this debt, it would be irrelevant for any practical purpose. The question is, what happens if the ECB needs to use the debt to mop up the liquidity? And that's the issue. And that's why I said, as a second or third solution anyway, it's something that is still preferable to quantitative tightening, which means selling those the government paper required in the last 2 years, or letting it expire when it comes to maturity. A better alternative would be a one-off reserve requirement. You freeze the liquidity. If the use of liquidity becomes a problem, perhaps because banks start acquiring sufficient equity in spite of the low profits, that it's a very good point, the point made by Lorenzo on this. But if central banks manage to increase their equity and to use this liquidity, then the liquidity can be frozen. So you don't mop it up, you just freeze it. It's not nice. Banks won't like it. We know that it's a form of taxation, because when interest rate will start rising, having this liquidity frozen at zero interest rate will be a cost, but it's still better than quantitative easing. Of course, you could also do something similar, which is paying interest on these reserves, but that has the same effect of selling government paper on the market in terms of the burden for the consolidated public sector. The interest rate burden would increase. So I still believe that is. So again, I don't have anything. I'm very happy with what Stefano suggested. Just that I don't think it will happen. And so instead, this one-off reserve requirement, although also politically difficult, I think it's a more politically feasible solution if liquidity becomes a problem. One last thing: how that we will still be left with a lot of public debt, even if we freeze or if we eliminate in some form the COVID public debt. Public debt was still high, 135% of GDP for Italy. There is still one issue of lowering it gradually. And again, we don't need austerity to do this. What we need is to use growth to reduce the public debt to GDP ratio, but be careful. It's not just the denominator effect. If you do some math calculation, you see very easy that if you just rely on the denominator effect, even raising the growth rate of the Italian economy to 2% will not help very much. The decline in the debt to GDP ratio will be too slow. What you need to do if you grow to 2% is to set aside some of the additional revenues coming from growth and improve the primary balance. That's what countries did in the 90s and in the 2000s, before 2007. The country that lowered the public debt to GDP ratio did it through growth, but also by improving the public debt, the deficit, the primary balance. You don't need austerity. You don't need to raise interest rate. You don't need to raise tax rates. You don't need to cut spending. You just need to raise spending a bit less than the growth rate of GDP until you reach a certain level of the primary balance, which does not need to be 4%, because interest rates probably will stay lower than they used to be. But we cannot live with a balanced primary balance, or even with just a 1% primary surplus. Something like 2-3% would be needed. If you do this and you do the math, then you see the public debt to GDP ratio declining if you are rapidly enough. If we achieve a growth rate of 2%, which should be Italy's ambition. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo, very much. And now the floor to Stefano, who has been nominated lots of time, also with comments to his proposal. So Stefano.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Very useful exchange. We must be aware that whatever we do to manage the debt will have to meet difficult legal institutional objection. This is absolutely clear. We started our scheme from examining the idea to roll over the debt within the belly of the ECB. We have come to the conclusion that after the end of monetary policy justification for holding this debt, this would be more difficult under the treaty, and especially under the German Constitutional Court decisions that we have seen in recent years, than thinking of a quasi-fiscal institutions that would not be confronted with the same constraints. Of course, that mutualization is difficult. We have eliminated the component of that mutualization which is related to the risk of default by leaving the risk of default with the national central banks. But we cannot eliminate completely the market risk. Our idea is that it will be compensated within the belly of the ESM. Why would this be more acceptable than in the past? Well, in a way, I like Carlos' analogy with the Hamiltonian debt assumption, the fact that it was the product of the war. Well, at least the COVID debt is the product of the war. Nobody has argued that this debt is due to national policy mistakes or spending more than was available. So this is why we were careful in starting our proposition with reference to the COVID debt, because nobody can argue that this was due to lax policies. Quite the contrary, Europe has collectively decided to run more debt because the alternative would have been a catastrophic economic depression. Having said this, have we solved all problems? No, we haven't. I think I come back to Leonardo's question on the future. We will not be able to engineer any of the schemes we are talking about without greater fiscal union. I would say, take away the adjective greater, without fiscal union. In other words, the credibility of the Stability Pact has been heavily undermined, and we need a new step of cooperation to be able to manage together the debt, which is what we are proposing, while keeping the member states responsible for the past accumulation of debt, no matter from what source. But we need a stronger step to fiscal union, and we see the ESM, but this requires a treaty reform. We've been careful to formulate our proposal in a way that is compatible with the present ESM treaty, and we have discussed it with the ESM, and they agree. So we've been working very hard not to cross the threshold of needing a reform of the ESM, which incidentally is governed today by an intergovernmental agreement. No good. We will have to move and incorporate the ESM into the EU treaty, as was originally envisaged. Let me mention two other issues that I'm concerned with. One is inflation. I think we must really hope that the temporary nature of the inflation shocks that is hitting all of us becomes apparent soon, because otherwise the risk that what we are seeing sets in motion wage responses becomes higher and higher. So I take notice that financial markets are optimists. Good news. But financial markets can change opinion, we know. And the last thing I wanted to mention was I never had any confidence on the capacity to use prudential rules together with the general stance of monetary policy as separate instruments. I don't believe it, because inflation basically is driven by expectations. And I fail to see how prudential rules can change the course of expectations if this enormous liquidity stays around. If we continue to announce very low interest rates and very lax financing conditions, even if we mop up some of the liquidity. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Stefano. I think if I may resume one of the main points you made to me, also in reaction to Carlo, is that we should at least exploit. It's true that the ESM mechanism involves mutualization, but we should exploit at least the momentum of solidarity due to the pandemics to at least mutualize the debt, not under the responsibility of country mistakes, let's say, such as the COVID debt. So that could be an interaction between a technical proposal and a political proposal.
Can I just say something?
Carlo, yeah, say, yes.
It's true that this debt was due to the virus, but the way countries responded to the shock was very different. So Northern European countries had an increase in their deficit, which was much smaller than Southern European countries. Just look at the numbers, you see a huge difference. We had Denmark that faced the COVID with a 3% deficit. Well, Denmark is not part of the euro, but still, Germany, the deficit went up to 5%. We have a deficit this year of 11, 12%. And go and explain to the Germans why the eco bonus 110% was justified and they didn't have it.
No, I understand your point. Yes, you cannot entirely say that there are no responsibility in fiscal policy, even during the COVID pandemics. Okay, but that's a point. You can isolate something that's acceptable. But let's go on now to Marcello, who is the final speaker, and then we can conclude our roundtable, and of course continue to discuss at distance on that. Marcello.
Thanks, Leonardo. I start with inflation because Powell, the president of the Federal Reserve, last summer, almost 1 year ago, as all we know, mentioned substantially the end of not only of the Phillips curve, but also of the Nairo indicator, not accelerator on inflation rate of unemployment. This was quite clear in his speech in August 2020. And my view, this call also for additional scientific research by economists about the factors affecting inflation or deflation. And obviously are well known the factor related to globalization of markets, but also to technical progress, innovation, and also the stagnation, recession. All these factors are very well known. But the link between the quantity of money and the liquidity in the system and the effect on inflation or price dynamics, I think this need additional research. Also to historically contextualize the relationship to the global environment, because the excess of liquidity with respect to investment is a global phenomenon. And so, yes, I may worry about inflation in the medium long term. I'm not sure that in the future inflation will come again with a so large increase of the liquidity, not only in the last year, but also before, after the 2009 Great Recession, especially immediately with the Fed, but the United States has much more instrument to address eventual increase of inflation. I'm worried about the Eurozone, because I partly agree, as I already said with Stefano Micossi, that to have a national public debt is obviously a critical point for the Eurozone. And to find a solution is not so simple. And I think that, and I go rapidly to the second point raised by Leonardo about democracy, because democracy is a quite complex topic that arises different level of government, imply also trust between countries, also between politician leaders. And so it's not simple to give additional power in some sense to the European level, maybe reducing some powers that are not necessary to be at the European level. It's not simple to give additional, for example, a centralized budget, especially because, and it's well known that when in the United States was created a centralized budget, the budget of the single countries were very small, also now are not big. Now we are in a different situation in Europe. The level of the national budget in terms of public expenditure and revenue are at very high. So it's much more difficult to create a centralized budget. But this is a necessary point, because otherwise we risk in the future to have again pro-cyclical policies. So pro-cyclical policies happened in the year after the 2009 Great Recession. Not just because the rules were were changed in this direction, but were not applied, because the philosophy, the vision that prevailed in this year, substantially 2-3 years, went totally in this direction. And in all European countries together. So this was something, pro-cyclical effect of macroeconomic policy to avoid. And in my view, only a centralized budget can permit this. So the creation of a central budget at European level also imply that the national budget maybe will gradually, because timing is important, will gradually reduce their dimensions. So finally, I go and I conclude about the feasibility from the political point of view of the macroeconomic policies, but also other institutional innovation that we suggest in different vision, because this is a critical point. So when we suggest policies or innovation, and I like the proposal of Stefano Micossi, but I'm not fully convinced. And I just say a point. As well known, the European Stability Mechanism is not a European institution in strict sense. It is an agreement between European countries. And this also can create some problems, not substantially, maybe, but formally, this is possible. So I think that the proposal of Stefano maybe can go together with a reform, or maybe better, to create a new, really completely inside the European institution, a new instrument that involve also democratically the parliament, and maybe with the creation of the European Minister of the Economy and Finance. Obviously, these are utopia at the moment, but I'm still convinced that especially the Eurozone, in the very long or the long time, maybe will survive due to the high cost and risks for single country to exit, but will not guarantee to the European context to maintain the power economically, politically, culturally in the global sphere. The decline of Europe without completing the Eurozone will continue also in the medium long term.
Thank you, Marcello, for this consideration also on ESM, which are important. I just want to thank all of you, and my final sentence is that in some sense, we enjoyed in this crisis the power of cooperation, economies of scale among member states. And so we are trying to understand how this can go on also after, of course, avoiding moral hazard and being responsible for what has happened in the past in the creation on deficit and debt. I think that our role is to continue to stimulate this debate and provide also some technical solution that can ease also political solutions. So I hope that all of us will continue to put our mind on that, interact, and be helpful for the solution of the future. So thank you to everyone and for participating to our roundtable.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a nice day, everybody.
Bye.
Leonardo, let me thank the participants to the session for their contribution, and you for chairing and organizing the session. Let me say that I think that in some extent the economists are too much concentrated on the problems that are arising from the past and not on the problems that are coming, looking to the future. Because I think that there is a demand increasing demand in Europe of public goods that to be faced. And if you don't consider this aspect as an economist, you have a problem, because maybe then the next future will be one of the most important problems to be faced. Okay, just I know that you are concentrated on the problem, real problem, today problem, and we are obviously concerned also from the future problems, but let me make a mention of the future problem just as a reminder for the next years. Okay, thanks you.
Thank you, Luigi, and bye to all of us. Okay, thank you very much.